I don't know if, there we are. Apologies. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, July 15th. It is 9:01 a.m., and I would like to call this meeting to order. Joining me this morning is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo and Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. With us as well as our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Ekdahl and Karen Mogus, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and web components. If you're viewing us remotely, you should be viewing us through our customary webcast on Cali PA's website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link at the top of the agenda and instructions on how to get onto the platform. But if you're having any challenges, please do email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see everyone. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on today's items, today's two workshops, there is a laptop to sign up at the side of the room. There's also a QR code. Please do sign up to speak. When you're at the podium, please do introduce yourself if you feel comfortable and any affiliation you have. And lastly, please do silence your phones just so that we have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. With that, we have the honor of starting this morning with two Superior Accomplishment Awards. And so would like to welcome up Eric Lau to introduce and present our first award here. Good morning, Mr. Lau.
Chair. Good morning. My name is Eric Lau. I am from the Division of Administrative Services. Today I have our accounting month-end close and year-end close team here who are receiving the Superior Accomplishment Gold Award. The award recipients are Jamie Little, Denise Walker, Heather Bell, Lucy Singletary, Zia Her, Mark Denson, Ternish Futasa, Mark Kalation, Phoebe Kahn, Maria Shostron, Amber Coachella, Jean Lee, Jennifer Russo, Samantha Lauren Wilson, Yolina Gobina, and Andre Rubikoff. A little background on their accomplishment. Since the implementation of fiscal in 2018, the accounting branch has not been able to complete the financial reporting as the fiscal implementation was challenging because they do not have the functionality that we need. There are also problems with integration with our existing water board systems. The team had to develop new reports and new processes to meet month-end closing and year-end closing requirements. And many of the resolutions were developed in-house because we have the most complex funding structures in the state. Between January 2022 and August 2024, the accounting team have completed 4 financial statement cycles in 32 months, which is about 8 months per cycle. A typical accounting reporting cycle is 14 months. So they shave off about 40% of the processing time for each of the cycles. But these reports that they produce weren't only completed in a shorter cycle, but they also fulfill all of SCO's requirements and also clean up some of the initial issues that we have with implementing fiscal. Every staff member put in extra hours every evening and every Saturday to make sure that there's no stoppage in the processing of the financial reports. Each employee was exceptional due to their personal sacrifices and the work they produce for the branch. Thank you. And I'd like to present. please. Lucy. Mark Benson. Carnish. Jean's not here today, so we're gonna skip her. Amber. Phoebe. Maria. Mark Collation. Thea. Jennifer. Andre. Delina. Well, obviously, there are some favorites among us.
Yeah, that happens. That tends to happen. I just have to add my thanks and thank you, Eric, Mr. Lau, for elevating the team here. Uh, The board gets a lot of attention for certainly the difficult policy decision-making space that we have. But we do a lot more than just make tough decisions around policy. The ability to get dollars out to communities and support their drinking water, wastewater, water recycling work, our ability to just function as an organization is so dependent on you all. And I have to add my thanks and commiseration a bit. I know through COVID, huge challenges there. You all were still coming in. And as Mr. Lau said, just even alone transitioning to fiscal, which many a state agency has, themselves struggled with. And recall, as I came in as chair in 2019, that this was a huge lift and challenge internally. It was making hard some of the functions that we used to do more routinely. And so everything you've been able to do to bring us back to this moment, the sacrifices, and I know the life work balances you've all had to work through as we've been through COVID, as we've done this work, is just really seen and acknowledged. We wouldn't be here without your hard work and dedication. You don't often get the attention and spotlight that you well deserve. And so thank you, Mr. Lau, for elevating the team here. And thank you all for your just critical work here at the water boards. It means a lot. Thank you. And we'll take a quick photo here.
And if I could just add to that, I just have a huge thanks and a lot of gratitude to this team, having worked with them and seeing the sacrifices that they were making during COVID of just, again, as the chair said, them coming into the office throughout COVID, working long hours, including Saturdays. And this was not just some Saturdays, it was every Saturday. And just really pouring all of their heart and energy into making sure that dollars still went out and that our everyday functions continued to move and that, we also still continue to get paid. So, this team does a lot that is really not recognized, and it really is part of the heart of the water boards. And so I just want to say thank you and appreciate you all. And I do miss working with you guys daily. You guys are truly awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, board member.
And it's great. No edits. Oh, we know. All right, okay, 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you.
So well deserved, and many thanks again. And we have one additional Superior Accomplishment Award that we will be presenting this morning, and like to call up Nick Maritano to present this award. Of course, Mr. Crater. I'd like to call up Mr. Phil Crater.
If it's okay, I'll be here so I can kind of talk to everybody.
Just as long as you grab yourself a mic, that'd be the only thing. Otherwise, folks online won't be able to.
I'll go here. I'll turn around from time to time.
If you want, you can take a hand mic really quick.
Thank you.
Just maybe do karaoke. That'll be later.
I'll do that. Can you hear me okay? Or is this, we're on? James, would you like to just come up and join me for this? I'll do the presentation. I'm joined today by James Knockbauer. Well, first of all, I'm Phil Crater. I'm the Deputy Director with the Division of Water Quality here. I'm joined by James Knockbauer, our Director of the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. And we are honored to be here today to present award in recognition of extraordinary contribution from a small but mighty team of staff here. We're not going to be able to fill the whole stage like our last team, but we've got a small but mighty team that we want to congratulate. So I want to call up, if you guys could just raise hands at first. Marjan Bizada from DWQ, Crystal Taylor from Office of Research, Planning and Performance, and Mike Hanks from Division of Water Quality. Thank you. We want to recognize them for a well-deserved Superior Accomplishment Award, recognizing their contributions in implementing Governor Newsom's emergency proclamation to fast-track the review and implementation of wildfire prevention projects. There's a lot of really important work that we do here at the water boards, and it's sometimes hard to highlight something because everything is so important, but this is work that really touches people's lives. Anybody who has lived in California for any length of time undoubtedly has family or friends that were touched by fires. This is really heavy stuff. So following the March 1 emergency proclamation in the LA wildfires, the team swiftly mobilized to tackle many challenges that were associated with fuels management and to ensure the continuity of critical services across the state. The team coordinated on behalf of the water boards to provide recommendations to Cal EPA on a statewide fuels reduction environmental protection plan, which is now available for project proponents who are seeking coverage under the suspensions provided by Governor Newsom's proclamation. The team coordinated closely with staff at the California Natural Resources Agency to develop an integrated review process for projects requesting coverage under the suspensions, and has been actively reviewing applications to ensure compliance with the intent of the governor's proclamation and the environmental protection plan. The integrated review process is key. What we're doing is we're reviewing these things at the same time as our counterparts at CNRA to make sure that there are no bottlenecks, okay? So this is an important exercise in balancing the need to protect the environment with the need to be responsive and protect health and human safety. All this was done in a very short time so the streamlined program would be available to local communities. In addition to all that, after the LA fires started on January 7th, Ms. Taylor was deployed to the local command center at Mather Field 12 hours a day, 7 days a week from January 9th to January 17th, and then was deployed in person in LA at the scene from February 23rd to March 2nd. In other words, she was working on implementing the emergency proclamation while also on site and dealing with the fires. And that's the kind of experience, the firsthand experience that really helps us write conditions that are practical while being protective, but really making sure that we're able to get the work done first. These staff worked long hours and they went above and beyond in order to ensure that the water boards were a help and not a bottleneck to approving work to help the state implement a massive program to reduce fire risk. And for this reason, we are honored to recognize Marjan, Crystal, and Mike for their dedication, coordination, and continued hard work. Thank you all. Please come up.
As you're coming up, I have to just add my thanks. Really saw, especially this last year, through terrible conditions, emergency conditions with the wildfires in Los Angeles, but then just the renewed focus on needing to do better in preparing for these catastrophic events. But was able to see firsthand just how incredible a team we really have here. And so just thank you, Phil. Thank you here for the team's incredible work and the benefit to the state and for elevating their work here in front of everyone. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you. It's an honor to get out of the way and watch them work, frankly. With that, we have certificates of appreciation. I will go in order here. Ms. Taylor. Thank you. Dr. Pizada. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And Mr. Hanks. Thank you very much. And pictures?
Yeah, we'll do a quick photo.
I go over here or there? There? What's fine?
Everyone in front, to the left, to the right. A little more. All right, that's great. Okay. Look, okay. Thank you.
Before I surrender the mic, if I could just make one more comment I meant to make before I got started, but didn't want to lose momentum after I remembered. I just want to plus up the award that preceded us. That team is absolutely awesome to work with. And as a constant customer, I cannot say enough good things. So I just really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for the space and opportunity to acknowledge the folks that really get the work done here at our institution. It's always a nice moment to be able to acknowledge and thank. So thank you all as well for that patience. All right, we will now move into public forum, and I'm pulling up my list here, but I believe we may have one public forum commenter. We have two, I believe here, one moment. Let me make sure I'm on my right date. Okay, thank you. First, we'll have Walter Lamb and then be followed by Ray Tahir.
Good morning, board members. I think I have a slide. That's start here as well. I spoke maybe a month or two ago about a Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission to delete scientific terms like climate change and ocean acidification and policy terms like environmental justice from its work plan in order to try to be compliant with directives from the Trump administration, which had never actually been communicated in writing. And Chair Esquivel, you rightly noted that the commission is an independent agency. But I think the point here that I'm making is that the decision by the commission was wholly dependent on information that was provided to the commission by the state water board employees that serve as staff of that commission. So that's the issue. I don't want anyone to think I'm coming here to complain about an independent decision from an agency that we just disagree with. It's the state water resources control board employees. And I want to note that the reason I'm coming here is not to, to tell on anyone. It's because I believe that the way they conducted themselves was in accordance with state water board senior management who they report to, right? They don't report to the commission. They report to senior staff within the water board. And so specifically this email that's on the screen now is that the chair of the commission is claiming in an email that she specifically asked, was there any written guidance that they were supposed to follow? There was, and staff knew that there was, and somehow the chair got the impression that there wasn't. And that's a really big deal because what we're finding now with this administration is they don't operate regularly. They don't follow regular order. And so in this case, they had written guidance that made it clear programs were to continue focusing on ocean acidification. The reason for that isn't because the administration cares about ocean acidification. It's because they knew they had no legal grounds to change that. They'd have to go through an administrative policy act. So what they did instead is they kept the written documentation from the decision makers at the commission, and they told them instead, you have to follow our informal guidance, which they hinted, didn't actually ever come out and say, meant they had to remove ocean acidification. So here we have the State Water Resources Control Board. Ocean acidification is a major, major water issue. And so the concern is, did the State Water Resources Control Board at a senior level guide these employees who serve as staff as the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission to follow informal guidance, never ask for written guidance, work to prevent the commission members from ever seeing the written guidance, so that we get this absurd outcome for the state of California that a state agency has removed the term ocean acidification from its work plan. So that's the issue, and we're really having a hard time just getting an explanation. Our goal isn't just to point fingers at anybody, it's to find out why this happened and how this happened so we can prevent it happening again in the future. The commission right now is undergoing an update of its comprehensive conservation and management plan per the Clean Water Act. And we're very concerned that the same thing is going to happen because they still don't seem to be highlighting the written guidance for the commission members. So would really appreciate any help we can get and just getting to the bottom of how this happened. It is something that affects the public, and we're doing our best to figure things out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. I appreciate you elevating your concerns here. Similarly, we're all doing our best to manage what is a change in federal administration here. I'm not aware of any written guidance, but again, appreciate your concerns. Certainly, we'll circle back with our executive and just try to unpack maybe what occurred, but importantly, how we continue to make sure we're all on the same page and how we approach the federal government. Mr. Lawfer, is there anything you wanted to add?
I'll just say that this is Chief Counsel Michael Lawfer, that both Mr. Oppenheimer and I received an email from Mr. Lamb about a week and a half ago, and we will be looking into that and responding.
Thank you. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, and I'll just, just as a maybe less theoretical but more concrete, on a more concrete note, my understanding is that that they intend to continue to do all of the same work that they were planning to do. So from a sort of substantive and on the ground priorities perspective, while language may be tweaked to deal with different political buzzwords of the day, I think the important thing is that the commitment remains the same on the priorities on the ground for the critical issues in front of them.
Yeah, appreciate that, Board Member. And thank you, Mr. Lamb. Again, we do appreciate you elevating your concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All right, next, I believe we have for public forum, Mr. Ray Tahir.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, the theme of today's public forum is how the Office of Chief Counsel undermined the League of California Cities SB 965's mandate to exempt MS4 permits from prohibited ex parte communication. Next slide, please. As shown below, note that the League of California Cities, supported by the State Senate Committee on Environmental Quality, succeeded in getting Senator Wright to propose SB 965 that was signed into law by Governor Brown, as illustrated below. It was the League's expectation to lift the prohibition on ex parte communication with respect to MS4 and other stormwater permits. Before SB 965, ex parte communication was prohibited under Administrative Procedure Act 4.5. Next slide, please. The Office of Chief Counsel apparently opposed to removing the ex parte communication on MS4 permits severely undermined SB 965 by crafting Port of Cologne Section 13287. This eliminated MS4 permits from the ex parte communication prohibition by creating what Mr. Lawfer calls a disclosure model, an obvious OCC invention. It consists of a two-step process to determine what actions are subject to prohibited ex parte communication. The first step, an action that does not identify specific persons as dischargers, but instead allows persons to enroll or file an authorization to discharge under the action, the letter of which is vague. The second step, an action that calls for the adoption, modification, or rescission of waste discharge requirements pursuant to section 13263 or 13377. Next slide, please. Under the disclosure model, MS4 permits would not meet the first step. Only the general industrial and construction and other enrollment permits would. But the league was not interested in these permits because they don't impact cities. They only affect industrial facilities and construction sites. The league was primarily concerned with the LAMS4 permit because it required costly compliance with watershed programs. Another consequence of not passing step one is that the named dischargers, MS4 permittees and others, would need to revert to complying with APA 4.5, which is totally contrary to SB 965, which says APA 4.5 does not apply to actions of the state board or regional boards concerning waste discharge requirements, conditions of water quality certification, or conditional waste discharge requirements. NPDES permits, including MS4 permits, are waste discharge requirements. Further, SB 965 makes no mention of the disclosure model. Its clear intention was to remove prohibitive ex parte communication regarding all waste discharge requirements, including MS4 permits. Note that the disclosure model is not mentioned anywhere in Port Cologne outside of 13287. Next slide, please. 13287 also says that ex parte communication applies to matters within the regional board's jurisdiction. That should include MS4 permits, right? This is an obvious contradiction. Further, 13287 applies to general orders, despite the fact there's no mention of what they are elsewhere in Port Cologne or in the Clean Water Act. It is obvious that this is another OCC invention. As I mentioned before, local governments and the public need to know specifically what general orders are. At some point, 13287 will need to be amended to correct these deficiencies. Next slide, please. Mr. Laufer has invited me to meet with him on several occasions, ostensibly to show me the error of my ways. I would be more than happy to do so, but only in the company of the League of California Cities and the State Senate Committee on Environmental Quality. He will need to answer the following, including but not limited to, why did he ignore SB 965's clear directive, legislative directive, to exempt MS4 permits from the prohibition on ex parte communication? Next, where does authority for crafting 13287 and its disclosure model, which undermines SB 965, come from? Next, where does authority for establishing general orders come from? Apart from 13287, there's no reference to general orders in Port Cologne or in the Clean Water Act. And why, well, most importantly, why did he oppose exempting MS4 and other permits from prohibited ex parte communication? Next slide, please. Against the foregoing, the state board should consider directing the Office of Chief Counsel to issue a memorandum to all regional boards informing discharges are no longer subject to prohibited ex parte communication. And I think this is the last slide. And I look forward to Mr. Laufer's response. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tahir. It's good to hear you again this morning. Again, I'm beginning to feel that we've kind of outlived the usefulness of the exchange here in public forum. Please, do encourage you to meet with Mr. Laufer. I think there are some things that you're confusing ultimately when it comes to the legislative process, legislative intent, and press releases, and then the letter of the law that gets passed. And as you know, bills get negotiated and amended before they are signed into law. So, while the intent or, previous versions of that legislation can be helpful, it's important to remember that we abide by what's signed into law. And those, the facts that you try to draw from the legislative intent and prior versions of the bill to what's actually signed into law don't pan out, I believe. And you may be conflating some of that.
Well, you could explain that to the League and to the State Senate Committee on Environmental Quality. The ball's in their court right now. Thank you.
Yeah, we have not had outreach from those individuals, so I'm not sure that they carry your same concerns, Mr. Tahir.
We'll find out, won't we?
Thank you, Mr. Tahir. I don't know if Mr. Laufer, there's anything you wanted to add.
The staff for the Senate Environmental Quality Committee have my phone number. League of Cities representatives have my phone number and email. I will happily take a meeting. Those questions that Mr. Tahir had up take about 2 minutes to answer.
Thank you. And thank you again, Mr. Tahir.
You bet.
That wraps public forum, I believe. Thank you, Clerk, and brings us then now to our first item of board business, which is consideration of the board meeting minutes from the June 17th meeting. Look to see if there are any edits to the meeting minutes, and then otherwise, I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Miss Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Abstain.
Thank you. And Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Chair Escabel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Board meeting minutes are adopted. That now brings us to our two main items today on our board workshop, which is first here an item on, or three items, but our first item here is a board workshop presentation on the draft 2025 Safe Drinking Water Plan. I'd like to call up staff and we can begin our item there. And then be followed by two items on our fund expenditure plan and intended use plan thereafter.
Morning, Chair Esquivel.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm Darren Polhemus, Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water, and I'll do a very brief intro and then let staff begin the presentation. As you know, every 5 years, we complete the Safe Drinking Water Plan for California as directed by statute, and Lawrence will cover that a little bit here in a second. This year, with so much going on, I told staff that we were going to take it easy. They don't listen very well. They went ahead and put a ton of stuff that's new into the plan. So we do want to recommend that people look through that. It's a ton of material. It's almost encyclopedic in many ways. It has so much there that even I forget that that's all that's in it. And Lawrence will try to do a good covering that. So I do want to welcome Lawrence Sanchez, who's been leading our project here to do this, and as well as Robert Brownwood, one of my assistant deputy directors who's also assisted, and the many other staff that aren't here today that have contributed to the many chapters of this. And so with that, Lawrence, please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Polhemus, and thank you, Mr. Sanchez. I know you came up from Southern California here, so thanks for coming up and being here. And thank you for the treats. For those in the room, sorry, those participating remotely, there are some treats here at the side of the room. Folks are welcome to, and I really appreciate it, Mr. Sanchez. And just apologies before we get started. A quick note of distinction. Folks that follow the board in its work often hear of Safe Drinking Water and the SAFER program. The Safe Drinking Water Plan is an even higher level document and work that really encompasses all of the work that the Division of Drinking Water is doing for all systems. A lot of our work in the Safe and Affordable Fund and the SAFER program is focused on smaller systems, and this is our opportunity to kind of cast our arms completely around all the work the Division of Drinking Water is doing. So much appreciation, and thank you again, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Board Chair. And thank you for allowing me to present on the Safe Drinking Water Plan. The Safe Drinking Water Plan, as you noted, is a legislative report required in statute, but also a unique opportunity. This is the fourth version of the plan, the original 1993 version, as well as updates in 2015 and 2020. So why do I say it is a unique opportunity? I'll share a couple of reasons. First, though most Californians, about 98% of the population served by public water systems, are fortunate to have safe and reliable drinking water provided by capable public water systems, the promise of Safe Drinking Water Act has not been fully met. The other 2% of Californians served by public water systems have documented drinking water quality problems. Additionally, another estimated 4% of the population served by state small water systems or domestic wells are not regulated by the Division of Drinking Water. The report references the ample documentation of the problems, as well as highlights the actions by the State Water Board and stakeholders to address these issues over the last 5 years. But what else do we need to do, collectively speaking, to meet the promise of the Safe Drinking Water Act for all Californians? That's where the plan comes in. This leads to the second reason why I say it is a unique opportunity. The legislature has directed us in statute to provide a set of recommendations to improve drinking water quality. Accordingly, the report includes such recommendations for legislative action program action by both the State Water Board, stakeholders, and by public water systems. Next slide, please. The purpose of this presentation is to present the plan and to invite public comment. Public comment period is open. The plan was posted on the State Water Board's website on July 7th, and comment period will close at noon on August 29th of this year. Next slide, please. The presentation will proceed with an overview of the plan and its contents, followed by a summary of the program metrics and milestones since the 2020 plan. Next, I'll present the executive summary and touch on chapter details related to regulatory challenges, technological advances, sustainability efforts, financing and emergency preparedness, as well as our strategic recommendations. There will be then time to receive comments on the plan. Next slide, please. I'll note that the plan contains both analytical and, as Darren noted, encyclopedic information about California's drinking water systems and related regulatory programs. In part, this encyclopedic detail provides the necessary background for legislatures and stakeholders to understand the framework in which public water systems operate, to develop legislation and other tools in support of safe and accessible drinking water for all Californians. What is the purpose of the Safe Drinking Water Plan? Broadly speaking, it includes these elements: assesses California's drinking water quality, looks at specific problems and health risks to the public, and discusses the actions the State Water Board is undertaking to address these issues. Most importantly, we can make our best case for specific recommendations to improve drinking water quality. I'll note that the plan compiles program accomplishments and various documents completed by a Division of Drinking Water over the last 5 years, providing a foundation for the information presented in the plan, as well as the basis for the plan's recommendations to improve safe drinking water for all communities. Next slide, please. Next, I'll provide an overview of the 12 chapters and included recommendations, since it is unlikely that you've had the opportunity to read the entire 370-page document of detailed analysis and recommendations, including appendices. To begin, I have here an introduction of our 4 cross-cutting themes that drive our work. These pillars guide our recommendations and are central to our strategy as we move forward. This graphic illustrates how the various themes fit together. At the center of this work is the goal of healthy communities. There are, of course, many components to having healthy communities, but access to safe and affordable drinking water is necessary. The 4 main themes are emergency preparedness, sustainability, equity, human right to water, and program action. As the graphic illustrates, the pieces of the circle blend together, which conveys that these themes are interconnected. In fact, many of the recommendations are relevant to more than one theme. For instance, sustainability of a water system across all operating conditions relates closely to systems' technical, managerial, and financial capacity in the long term, as well as emergency preparedness in the short term. Furthermore, equity and human right to water is impacted by lack of sustainability and a lack of emergency preparedness. All factors are influenced by stakeholder program action, such as education, collaboration, funding, and enforcement authority. Next slide, please. The Safe Drinking Water Plan contains over 70 specific recommendations spread across its various chapters. In general, the recommendations cover these topics, which include support for sustainable communities with improvements to existing tools like consolidation, water partnerships, mutual aid, and the assessment and development of technical, financial, and managerial capacity. Similarly, the plan discusses current and needed investments in technology and data management tools to support important initiatives, including transparency and public-facing dashboards, as well as the continued development of treatment and analytical methods. There are several recommendations regarding financial health and support of water systems, such as addressing the needs assessment funding gap, improve water system and asset management planning, and collection of sustainable water rates. The plan closes with recommendations to support collaborative water system emergency preparedness and response. Many of the recommendations are extensions of those offered in the 2020 plan. Accordingly, it is worthwhile to highlight progress made since the 2020 plan. In the next few slides, I'm going to be highlighting some of the extensive accomplishments over the last 5 years. Though these slides contain many accomplishments we are proud of, I will discuss only a few. The appendices section contains a list of many of these accomplishments in Appendix 1, and Appendix 7 includes a status update on all the recommendations from the 2020 plan. These accomplishments and updates are also highlighted throughout the plan. Next slide, please. A lot has gone on since the 2020 plan. Here are some highlights. In 2025, the Division of Drinking Water celebrated 50 years of the Safe Drinking Water Act, as well as 10 years of the drinking water program here at the State Water Board, 5 years of the SAFER program and related engagement efforts, which includes $73 million in technical assistance and $1 billion in financial assistance, and numerous initiatives and water system engagement activities, such as consolidation and administrative projects. Next slide, please. The next 3 slides highlight additional program milestones. This slide includes those of most interest to the regional boards and divisions, including adoption of federal PFAS MCL, maximum contaminant level, or MCL, California's own hexachrome MCL, and direct potable reuse regulations, as well as ongoing review of existing health protective regulations such as best available technologies, MCLs, detection limits for reporting, and notification and response levels. Collectively, the State Water Board has continued to advance California's human right to water policy through its climate and racial equity strategy and racial equity action plan. In 2024, the legislature provided the State Water Board new sewer system administrator authorities to strengthen source water protection initiatives. Next slide, please. Some additional program milestones include additional regulations, reports, and program actions, such as several iterations of the SAFER needs and affordability assessments, report on point of use and entry devices to improve interim and permit solutions, especially for non-regulated state small and domestic well water systems, various regulations enacted for conservation, shutoff protections, arrearages, and expedited funding, lead service line inventories and related initiatives, increase emphasis on drought resiliency planning, and looking forward, the initiation of technical, managerial, and financial capacity, or TMF capacity requirements, which will be used to help support sustainable, healthy communities. Next slide, please. This slide highlights several tools and activities that have been completed which increase data transparency and accessibility, such as new CLIP water quality portal for receiving water quality information, aquifer risk map, and residential treatment device portals. Upgrades have also been made to electronic annual report, GIS boundary tool, and the SAFER clearinghouse. There are also various improvements due to agency collaboration, legislative support, program action in support of consolidation project management, including increased engagement and publication of water partnership success stories. Next slide, please. This slide highlights compliance metrics and program activities that have been completed in order to support 98% of public water system customers receiving water that meets standards. Between 2021 and 2024, these program actions include an equivalent of 9 Division of Drinking Water actions a day, such as permit or permit amendments, sanitary surveys, or enforcement actions. In addition, under DDW, the ELAP program, which oversees the laboratories responsible for processing water quality data, has completed an equivalent of 11 program actions a week, such as laboratory accreditations, assessments, and enforcement actions. All these core activities were supported by over 2 million water quality samples collected, analyzed, processed, and reviewed per year, which equates to about 3 to 4 samples per minute statewide. Next slide, please. Now I will dive into the executive summary, which introduces the plan, provides background information, and summarizes plan contents. Under the Safe Drinking Water Act, the primary responsibility for compliance belongs to each public water system under the authority of their drinking water supply permit. It is important that we acknowledge the effort of public water systems in meeting this responsibility. It is because of this effort on behalf of public water systems that most of us have safe drinking water that consistently meets standards. The question is, how can we assist public water systems to be more successful in this challenging environment, as well as close the gap for communities that do not have safe drinking water, including preventing the creation of water systems that are unsustainable. The plan focuses on public water systems and only peripherally discusses the status of non-public water systems that are not regulated by the Division of Drinking Water, such as state, smalls, and domestic well communities. So what is a public water system? There are 3 main types that DDW regulates. Community water systems are generally cities or towns that serve where people live. Transient, non-community water systems serve varying populations in non-residential setting, like a restaurant or a campground. Non-transient, non-community water systems serve the same non-residential population, like where people work or go to school. Next slide, please. When dealing with the regulation of safe drinking water, it is all too easy to focus on problems. So it's important to note that 98% of California drinking water consumers served by public water systems receive water that meets standard. The plan highlights that 1/3 of community water systems serve communities with less than 3,000 connections. And per the needs assessment, 84% of the systems at risk of serving non-compliant water fall in this category of less than 3,000 connections. Similarly, almost all violations are in public water systems with less than 500 connections. In some counties, the Division of Drinking Water has delegated its regulatory authority to local primacy agencies, which oversees water systems with less than 200 connections. These systems represent 43% of both the total public water systems in the state, as well as the total violations statewide, and serve between 1% to 3% of the population. The LPAs may also oversee state small water systems and domestic well communities. In recent years, the challenges of operating these LPAs at the county level has resulted in the return of primacy and related workload to the Division of Drinking Water in several counties, marking the need for improved interagency collaboration and bolstering of county-level resources. Next slide, please. Portions of the statute focus on challenges faced by water systems with less than 10,000 connections. These systems serve about 20% of the state's population, but make up 96% of all public water systems in the state. This pie chart shows that DDW regulates about 96% of the population's drinking water, and about 80% of the population is served by community water systems with more than 10,000 connections. However, these 228 large systems make up only 8% of the total public water systems regulated in the state. The exact number of state small and domestic well communities are unknown, but believed to be greater than 1,200 and 300,000 respectively, serving about 1.6 million people, or 4% of California's population. We can assume that these communities face the same challenges as public water systems, but since they are not required to meet the same monitoring or compliance requirements, the quality of the water being served is unknown. Next slide, please. Whereas the previous slide showed the population breakdown of California water systems, focusing on community water systems, this slide illustrates the number of total public water systems by system type. We see that on the left side of the pie chart, about 93% of public water systems are small, serving less than 3,000 connections, or non-community systems. However, about 80% of Californians are served by the minority of medium or large size public water systems on the right. We see in later chapters that these smaller systems on the left side of the pie chart are where most of the sustainability and compliance problems occur. On average, however, 94% of public water systems complied with water quality standards annually over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. Throughout the plan, we highlight that consolidation and the prevention of unsustainable water system is a key initiative to upholding California's human right to water policy. In the 2025 plan, we are reporting 100 less systems overall since the 2020 plan, which accounts for about 170 consolidations, but also the creation of new systems. The impact of these ongoing and resource-intensive initiatives is reducing the number of Californians that lack access to safe drinking water roughly by half. Next slide, please. On the affordability front, we have seen an overall 60% water rate increase across water systems of all sizes between 2019 and 2022. Interestingly, we have seen on average the cost of water for larger suppliers is less than the cost to customers supplied by smaller water systems, while all systems are seeing an upward trend in water rates. We know that due to lack of economies of scale and too many instances of deferred maintenance and resulting non-compliance, the water rates are likely artificially too low for many small water systems to operate sustainably, thus marking another driver for consolidation as a long-term solution for many small water systems. In 2022 numbers, we see that small water systems are charging $74 per month, while larger systems were charging $42 per month for the same volume of water. Next slide, please. We provide a lot of detail about State Water Board financing in the plan, but overall, we see that the board has funded 2.5 times more grants compared to the previous 5 years, supporting 13.8 million Californians. This includes $1 billion in grants since 2019 and $73 million in technical assistance, supporting around 700 failing or at-risk systems. Coincidentally, the Division of Financial Assistance is conducting workshops following this one later today that covers a proposed update to the next fiscal year intended use plan and fund expenditure plan of the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and the SAFER programs, respectively. Stay tuned for more details on those funding updates. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the structure of the plan's 12 chapters, which are laid out first with chapters 1 and 2 on introduction and regulatory oversight, followed by chapter 3 and 4 with detailed information about analytics of California's drinking water supplies, source protection initiatives, and public water system violations broken down by water system size. Chapter 5 and 6 covers the data improvements DEW has been making to track water quality compliance, as well as the background on the analytical methods used, which are key to assuring the water quality of drinking water. Chapters 7 and 8 covers the treatment technologies relied on to maintain water quality compliance, as well as the extensive sustainability efforts, including technical assistance, project management, and tools like consolidation administrators that are key to addressing the needs of Californians most vulnerable, the needs of California's most vulnerable water systems. Chapter 9 and 10 cover water system financing, affordability of water rates, and assistance programs administered by the State Water Board. Chapter 11 covers the emergency preparedness initiatives of drinking water systems. Chapter 12 summarizes and integrates the individual chapter recommendations to close out the plan. Next slide, please. The plan appendices summarize information about recent accomplishments, standards for contaminants, water monitoring of unregulated chemicals, contaminants with notification levels, recent regulatory updates, status updates on the 2020 plan recommendations, list of treatment technologies used statewide, and a summary of key drinking water legislation since the 2020 plan. This last Appendix 9 on recent key drinking water legislation is also summarized in Chapter 1, which is the introduction. I'll now cover the plan chapters and key recommendations in more detail. Next slide, please. Chapter 1 sets the stage by recounting the history and challenges of our public water systems and includes a summary of key drinking water legislation since the 2020 plan. Chapter 2 builds on this by describing the complex governance landscapes of public water systems amid multiple agencies, including the roles of various divisions and units within the State Water Board. The high rate of violations noted at the LPAs confirms the workload needed and being completed at the county level, but also highlights the need for better interagency coordination and resources to address those systems with recurring violations, a recurring theme in our recommendations. Additionally, greater oversight of local building and planning authorities is needed to prevent the creation of small, unsustainable drinking water systems, which are prone to high rates of failure and water quality violations. Next slide, please. Chapters 3 and 4 delve into the sources of our drinking water and the threats they face. While compliance is high overall, it masks the vulnerability of small systems, especially those with less than 500 connections, including non-community systems, prone to violations. Thus, consolidation and the prevention of small, unsustainable water systems emerges as a critical strategy to mitigate risk and elevate system performance. Next slide, please. Chapters 5 and 6 focus on modernizing our data management and analytical capabilities. By leveraging integrated tools and improved methods, we enhance our ability to detect contaminants and respond in real time. However, small systems still need accessible technologies, underlying the need for further research and investment. Specifically, this includes continuing to invest in our information management systems and public-facing dashboards, as well as research needed for cost-effective monitoring tools and TMF capacity building for small water systems. Next slide, please. Chapters 7 and 8 address the technical and sustainability challenges of our systems. While large systems can implement advanced treatment methods, small systems struggle. This challenge emphasizes the need to prohibit new, unsustainable small water systems in addition to continuing to support ongoing consolidation initiatives. Next slide, please. In Chapter 8, we highlight the results of the 2024 needs assessment, which analyzes possible reasons for system failures, indicators for systems that may fail, and strategies to address systems that are failing. In addition, Chapter 8 highlights DDW's strategy, which emphasizes consolidation and long-term sustainability, especially through regional efforts, the development of financial inspection and transparency metrics, and most importantly, the continuation or expansion of the engagement activities, authorities, and technical assistance of the SAFER program, which is funded through 2030. Next slide, please. Chapter 9 and 10 lay out the challenges and achievements in water system financing and assistance. In Chapter 9, we see with rising rates, this leads to unsustainable rate structures that disproportionately affect small and disadvantaged communities as part of the needs assessment affordability analysis. The development of asset management plans and other TMF regulations will be key to progress in this area. We see in Chapter 10 that despite significant funding efforts, a substantial funding gap remains. Our recommendations focus on creating sustainable financial strategies such as operations and maintenance and low-income ratepayer support, stakeholder education, and reducing the operational burden on local communities through interagency coordination and accounting advancements such as electronic disbursements. Next slide, please. Chapters 11 and 12 round out our overview by focusing on emergency preparedness Next slide, please. I think I skipped them. Chapters 11 and 10 round out our overview by focusing on emergency preparedness and synthesizing our recommendations. Our goal is to ensure that our systems are both resilient in crisis and continuously improve through integrated actions that support all aspects of community health. In Chapter 11 on emergency preparedness, we see this through continued interagency collaboration and enhanced cybersecurity efforts. Next slide, please. Chapter 12 synthesizes the plan through its recommendations by putting them into 4 main themes, which were discussed earlier. We see that the recommendations are all interconnected with the shared goal of supporting healthy communities. Next slide, please. Stepping back, our recommendations cut across consolidation, technology, financing, and emergency preparedness. These 70+ specific recommendations are meant to highlight areas for legislative action, as well as opportunity to support program action by the State Water Board stakeholders and by public water systems. Next slide, please. Here's our schedule for submitting the Safe Drinking Water Plan to legislature. Public comment period is now open, with the document being posted on July 7th. We will observe an extended 45-day comment period due to the length of the document, closing on noon, August 29th. Comments will be reviewed and incorporated prior to board adoption of the final document, which is planned for the end of the year. Formal submittal to the legislature would take place in early 2026. Next slide, please. That concludes the presentation. The methods for written comments is posted here and on the workshop notice.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Really appreciate the overview of the plan and the thoroughness of it. It is a really great opportunity to wrap our arms around what is an incredible body of work. I always remark that really the transfer of the Division of Drinking Water to the State Board changed us in many ways. Really, for the first time, brought us into people's homes, if you will, having the responsibility of overseeing water quality and the water systems that serve them, and has strengthened, I feel, our water quality programs, even on the water rights side, being more sensitive to communities, say, during drought and their needs. And so just thank you. It's a great opportunity to really be able to synthesize everything that's going on, which there is a lot has happened. But just even on the funding side alone, the fact that we've been able to over double the amount of money we're getting to those systems that are really needing it most is a huge accomplishment in of itself, let alone, what's lost in there was, the $1 billion arrearage program, which, no other state in the nation had ever attempted to do such a broad covering of arrearages. This was all tied to COVID ultimately, and the moratoriums that went into place and concern around the debt that so many of the systems were carrying. But our relationship with the systems allowed us to gather data that understood that, the scope of that debt, to work with the legislature and the governor's office to receive those dollars. And so, and here, is an incredible feat unto itself and a bit lost amongst a lot of other work as well. So I think it just speaks to just the incredible momentum we have in the drinking water program, and my appreciation of the relationship we've been able to deepen with water systems, both small and larger, in this critical crusade to continue to ensure access to clean water and importantly, expand it to communities that didn't have it prior. So just hats off, a lot of appreciation and thanks. I hope folks do get an opportunity to really dig deep into the plan, provide us comment, provide us feedback. We want to have as useful a product as we can getting to the legislature, which I know Board Member Morgan and I have been going through the confirmation process. So I've had a number of meetings with folks, and the drinking water program is always one of the top things members are bringing up, are wanting to know what's going on in their districts, have projects, and importantly, are connected to their communities and wanting to continue to see success throughout all of this. So we are fortunate for a lot of support in the legislature, I feel, for this work. And it's really a testament to the teams and everyone that has continued to work with us in this project. So, and incredible project of ensuring safe water. So much appreciation. I know we have a couple of commenters, but looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions or comment right off the bat. All right, hearing none. I believe our first commenter here, one moment, let me get my screen back up here, will be Nick Blair, will be followed by Jennifer Clary, and then Natalie Escobedo Garcia.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, fellow board members. Nick Blair, Senior Policy Advocate with the Association of California Water Agencies, representing around 470 public water agencies and accounting for 90% of the water delivered throughout the state. Thank you for the opportunity to chime in on this, and thank you for the acknowledgement of the work that water systems do in delivering water throughout the plan. I really only have a question for the sake of conversation, and I realize it might also be relevant to the next item. Something frequently discussed in this plan is the acknowledgement of rising costs to properly oversee water resources, specifically in TMF capacity. How does the current dynamic with Washington, as budget conversations are ongoing, play for the 2025 plan? Just for reference, the House of Representatives is currently proposing a $660 million cut below 2025 numbers. This still has to go through the Senate, so we have to see what that looks like. But I can say our DC team is advocating hard to try to save those numbers as our other water associations. So I realize there's still time for comment. There's time for this to go to the legislature. Figured just good for accounting, like how that plays into this role.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments and always the partnership with Aqua, Mr. Blair. As similarly to all the water agencies and yourselves, we're just kind of watching and doing our best to make sure we're not just advocating, but explaining the critical work that these dollars are doing in our communities, and that it is fundamental, whether it's the funding on the federal side or on the state side. We know it's so critical to so many communities' ability to keep affordable rates and not have to just be, island marooned, if you will, unto themselves and what they can generate from their communities. And so it's really certainly is disappointing. We'll have to just take what happens out of Washington as it comes, but we certainly are equally concerned around a diminishing of our capacity and our resources. And a program, when we think of the state revolving funds on the federal side, that have been consistent for decades, and that lack of consistency will just put increased pressure on local communities and their already troubled affordability issues. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the point. Okay, next I'd like to call up Jennifer Clary, be followed by Natalie Escobedo Garcia.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Clary. I'm California Director for Clean Water Action and Clean Water Fund. Oh, that's a big picture there. So I'm going to back up a little bit.
Yeah, it could be a little jarring. It could be a little jarring.
So thank you very much. It's really exciting. It's like getting a new dictionary, getting the drinking water plan. So I've just started going through it. And first, I just want to thank you for putting a reference to LIRA in their low-income rate assistance, because affordability is something that continues to be a priority for my organization. You also mentioned the need for O&M subsidies, again, something we're interested in. I think the one thing I was looking, so since I didn't have a lot of time to read it, I started, my grandmother always said, if you're afraid you won't have room for dessert, don't eat dinner. So I started with the recommendations. So I mean, it's great. You got like about 80 to 100 recommendations in there. And I also note you have um, an appendix that says what happened with the recommendations from the last plan. But when I look at this, especially with the data chapter, which I'm pretty ignorant about, I don't actually understand how these how to rank these recommendations. I know they're not all going to happen. So I'm wondering if maybe you could consider adding an appendix with maybe a spreadsheet that identifies this is in process, this is this we've identified funding for, this we really hope will happen, and just things like that, just so that I can look at it and understand if I'm actually going to see something happen in 5 years' time. And then finally, on the contaminants, I'm going to look at this more closely, but perchlorate, given that both the pHG and the detection limit have been lowered, seems like we might want to highlight that a little bit more in terms of recommendations for reconsidering that MCL. And for PFAS, maybe be a little more, maybe acknowledge that we're only looking at the tiniest tip of the iceberg with PFAS, and we're looking at regulating a few chemicals out of 14,000. So just those are just a couple things that Andrea asked me to mention. But I look forward to continue to read it and give you a few more comments by the end of August. Thank you.
Thank you as well. We appreciate your perusal of it, and I appreciate your recommendations on the recommendations, providing a little more depth on them. We'll see what we can do there. I know it may take a bit of time to try to add that depth, but to your point, I think it can be helpful to just kind of understand, if not priority, where things are amongst them. So thank you for those, and good to see you, Ms. Clary. Next, I'd like to call Natalie Escobedo Garcia. Dr. Escobedo Garcia, good to see you.
Good to see y'all. Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie. I'm a Water and Climate Policy Manager with Leadership Council. Similar to Jennifer, I'm also still making my way through the plan and echo her feedback. One additional piece of feedback, and apologies if I just missed it. I was interested in seeing a little bit more of a robust conversation on how Hexchrome implementation is going, where the different systems are at in complying with Hexchrome. Again, apologies if I missed it, but definitely wanted to get a good idea of like how the larger system versus the medium and small systems are doing and implementing that.
Thank you, Dr. Escobedo Garcia. I appreciate that recommendation. I don't know if that the plan is looking to kind of get into that depth, where implementation is on, say, Chrome 6, but I mean, even other contaminants out there. And so one, if it is appropriate, then, maybe that's a good suggestion. But I would say either way, then having an informational item before the board around how implementation around Chrome 6 is going might be helpful, generally, because I know it's a topic a number of water agencies have come in and met with board members on. I'm sure I saw City of Coachella. I'm sure we'll get some comment here in the fund expenditure plan coming up. But yeah, what are your thoughts, Mr.
Sure,
Polhamus?
Mr. Chair Escobedo. Like, we could contemplate it a little bit. It still is early days in the hexavalent chromium. As you know, we gave a compliance period, and systems are working on their compliance plans. It's probably better to contemplate an information item on the board as we get closer to having those plans approved and kind of a status update there, rather than incorporating it in this. I think that would be more useful to the public.
I appreciate that. And maybe even, and agree that just want it to be timed at a moment where it makes most sense. And even if, folks are looking for just some, interim update, if you will, the executive director's report is probably like a good place to just throw just a paragraph in there, or whatever makes sense.
Will do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Dr. Escobedo Garcia, I appreciate the recommendation. Okay. I believe that brings us to the end of our commenters on the Safe Drinking Water Plan. Vice Chair.
Just in follow-up to the discussion that we just had, and in particular with some of the commenters, could you talk about interface with the performance report? Because that might be a good place for the public to view in terms of progress, and perhaps in future updates mentioning that as well? Because that's just another tool that could be used.
Yeah, so we've continued over the years to try to build more of the DDW, the Division of Drinking Water activities, into the performance report. Presently, it focuses on the permitting and the inspection levels that we do. Those are obviously our core functions, so those were important to include in that. We do want to work towards, including enforcement actions and some other items. We do report those in the executive director's report in a kind of like a list fashion so people can see the work that is happening there. But the performance report obviously does a better job of analyzing the activities around that. For the plan, we don't quite do the same analysis opposed of it. We're kind of taking more of a 5-year bite and trying to look at in a more strategic type of fashion. So they're complementary, but not really the same in their treatment of the topics. So we definitely will continue to work to try to include more in the performance report. It's an important step to have that be there. And since it's every year, it kind of adds to that flavor associated with what's going on.
Yeah, appreciate that recommendation, Vice Chair. I think the more that we can, ensure that, well, one, there's consistent information across them, but we're kind of leveraging the various, performance report, the water plan, the needs assessment, all of it kind of should speak to each other a bit. And it's helpful to emphasize those. So appreciate that. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and the great work on this report. I think it's really important and helpful to have a very comprehensive look at drinking water because it is such a complicated service that is provided, and it relies on the collaboration between us, Division of Drinking Water, as well as the 7,000 different water systems around the state. So it makes sense that it's a 300+ page description of all the work and accomplishments, and also the work ahead. And I spent a lot of time thinking about what's coming next. What are we looking towards? And just the comment about PFAS and Ms. Clary's reference to that being the tip of the iceberg is something that struck a chord with me a bit. I'm always thinking about emerging contaminants and sort of what's on the forefront. What are we anticipating, or what are we learning about our water systems, and what's in drinking water and what we should be mindful of. So just wondering if you may have mentioned this in the presentation a little bit, but if you could just refresh my memory in all the recommendations in terms of the look ahead for the next 5 years. What's your thoughts about emerging contaminants and the work that we need to do there to get a better sense and maybe a better strategic approach for how to handle those as we continue to learn more about our drinking water?
Yeah, contaminants of emerging concern are always that how do you know what you don't know type of scenario. For PFAS, I'm not going to steal this thunder, but I'm going to do an advertisement that in August we will be presenting to the board the halfway data set from the disadvantaged community program we've been doing, where we've been monitoring PFAS up and down the state, and there's some very interesting findings there. Some good news, which is not what we were expecting in the presence of PFAS everywhere. So I'll just use that as a bit of foreshadowing for people to come there and let our staff that have been working on that present that in more detail, so that that's definitely played out. The strategic aspect of how do we address what's coming, some of that's built into the PFAS work we've been doing, non-targeted analysis, and they'll talk about that as well. We were just briefing on it yesterday. Staff was going over it with me, and we're working hard to try to not scare people, because we can find materials at super low levels, but there's also some interesting findings there, largely in our agricultural communities, unfortunately. A lot of pesticides showing up at really, really small levels. We're talking, finding a couple molecules per liter type of thing. So levels way below what would be any threshold of concern, but presence nonetheless. The other thing to keep in mind is that, as we go through our priority setting back in February, March each year, we have MCLs that we need to recontemplate, and arsenic being one of those for sure. It's still while it has an MCL and it's not emerging, it is still a larger health threat. And so it's this balancing of people see the new stuff about PFAS, but we also need to address the long-term trend of arsenic and its impact. And it's still one of our top three contaminants at water systems. So how do we balance that question is definitely kind of the key of let's not get distracted by the new when we still have an old problem with us that needs to be addressed. So I don't think we've tackled that completely in this report, and we look forward to working with the board to kind of continue to hash through how that should be weighed out, how that should be vetted in the public. It's a really tough question that may not have an answer, but it deserves work, continuous work all the time.
Appreciate you walking us through that a little bit. I think I'll be looking at the report a little more closely in that area just to see how we tee that up. I think it is a really important initiative, and thinking about the messaging, we absolutely do not want to scare the public, but we also want to provide safe drinking water to folks as well. So how do we marry the two, and also understanding the affordability challenges, which I know you flagged in the report, it adds some additional pressure and concern to that in the work ahead. So thanks.
Many thanks. Looking to see if other fellow colleagues have any comments. Seeing none. This is just a workshop. So, yes, please. Oh, of course. Yes, please come up. Thank you for flagging. Please do come up.
My apologies for not interrupting before public comment.
No,
completely,
thank you.
wrapped up,
Good to see you.
Yes, thank you. I'm Lily McKay. I'm here on behalf of Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District. Really appreciate the time to be able to comment this morning briefly. I'll just say I also really appreciate the ongoing partnership with both the board members and staff as well. We're a publicly owned community water system. We depend very heavily on the drinking water program, low interest loans, grants, and principal forgiveness to fund the vital water infrastructure projects. We really appreciate the drinking water prioritization of projects that address the most serious risks to human health and ensure compliance with the Safe Drinking Water Act, which I think we've already been discussing a lot of what those are. With a significant portion of our service territory, especially qualifying as disadvantaged, we really support the IUP's focus on principal forgiveness and grant funding for systems serving low to moderate income populations. And we commend the program's continued support for planning, design, construction of drinking water infrastructure. Finally, we are particularly supportive of the IUP's inclusion of supplemental funding to address emerging contaminants. These resources are essential to protect public health and enhance long-term water quality. So thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you as well, Ms. McKay. I do see you signed up for the intended use plan discussion, which we will move to now. And so if you're no problem in the least. They're easily all confused here on the items. So just wanted to flag that. No worry in the least. And thank you. Thank you, Mr. Volhamis. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you, Mr. Brownwood. Really appreciate the item here. Again, public comment is open till the end of August. So folks, please do bring in your comments. Thank you. All right, that now brings us to item number 3, which is a presentation workshop here from the Division of Financial Assistance regarding state fiscal year 25-26 drinking water state revolving fund intended use plan. Give a moment for folks to come up. Very much having a drinking water day here today. Good morning. Good to see you all.
Well, thank you very much, Board Esquivel and board members. My name is Mike Downey. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Financial Assistance, overseeing many of our loan and grant programs. and in particular, the state revolving fund programs to which we're going to speak to today. I'm joined here by Kristen Abhold, who's one of the other Assistant Deputy Directors overseeing the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions branch. Lisa Hong, who's the State Revolving Fund Manager overseeing the Clean Water SRF and Drinking Water SRF funding programs. And Jean Feng, who's with us from the Office of Chief Counsel, and she supports our Drinking Water SRF program, among many other things. So with that, we're going to share the presentation load this morning. We'll start with Lisa, who will walk us through some of the more general forms of the programs. And then Kristen and I will share as well before we close with some questions and public comments, I'm sure. So thank you, Lisa.
Good morning. Next slide, please. So we'll start with our presentation with a little bit of purpose for the Drinking Water Intended Use Plan, as well as the 2025 financial outlook. Then we'll talk a little bit about drinking water SRF loans and spend the majority of presentation today on grants and principal forgiveness. And I'll pass to Kristen for that portion. And Mike will help us cover the emerging contaminants and other supplemental IUPs. And we'll wrap up the presentation with the schedule for the drinking water IUP. Next slide, please. The slide shows the purpose for the intended use plan, very similar to the Clean Water SRF intended use plan you heard about last month. A few similar purposes here. It guides staff in implementing the drinking water SRF and related PF and grants in the upcoming fiscal year. It is also part of our application package and requirement to apply for each year's capitalization grant from US EPA. We also include state funds in the intended use plan, including the new Prop 4 funds, Prop 1, Prop 68, and some of those prior Budget Act appropriations. A quick note on Prop 4, the state budget did pass, but Prop 4 was pushed to the baby budget, so we don't have Prop 4 funds yet. In the IUP, we are proposing to administer the drinking water fund portion of Prop 4 through the drinking water IUP, assuming that we get Prop 4 funds and have the legal authority to administer it through the IUP. So when the final IUP comes out, we'll make sure that legal caveat is clear in there. For drinking water, the Prop 4 funds only impact the amount of grant and principal forgiveness that's available. The other funds you'll hear about today are all federal funds. Next slide, please. This slide shows a graph of the capitalization grant over time. The orange bar on the bottom are the historic annual appropriation that we have received through US EPA. So the annual appropriation has pretty much been going on since the inception of the program. Over the last few years, there were some earmarks for specific projects. So you see between 2022 and 2024, that orange bar is a bit smaller. And this year, Congress passed a continuing resolution without earmarking any projects. So you see the orange bar get a little bigger for 2025. Moving forward, we have a projection of what might come in the future in that orange bar with diagonal lines. But as Chair Axfell has said earlier, we don't actually know what will happen in the future. So the president's proposed budget has proposed to cut both drinking water and clean water SRF programs moving forward. And we are actively monitoring on what Congress will actually pass moving forward.
Yeah, we certainly are in a period of a good amount of uncertainty and just really appreciate the work you all have done to prepare us best, whatever sort of future materializes for us. And that includes even on the Prop 4 bond dollars, both between kind of the budget negotiations landing where they are and where our process is, means that we have a lot up in the air basically as we move to adopt this here in the next months. But hopefully there's a little more clarity by the end of the summer here. But appreciate that for the workshop here. We're just kind of leaving all paths open. So thanks for the good work in doing that and preparing us for it.
Thank you, Chair Askbell. And the gray bar on top shows IIJA appropriations. So IIJA Infrastructure Investment and Job Act was passed in 2022 and appropriated additional funds to Drinking Water SRF and Clean Water SRF for a 5-year period. So 2026 will be the last year for IIJA. One thing to note, this graph is showing the general capitalization grant for Drinking Water SRF. So these can be used for any projects that are eligible for Drinking Water SRF. Next slide, please. There are also specific pots of funding, including emerging contaminant. So IIJA also included emerging contaminant pots specifically. One is for emerging contaminants in general, and the other is for emerging contaminants in small or disadvantaged communities specifically. Those are also 5-year appropriations ending in 2026. And for 2025, we are expected to get about $183 million between those two funding pots for EC. We'll have more on EC in later slides. Next slide, please. We'll start diving into a little bit more about different drinking water funding programs, starting with loans. Next slide. The loan funding capacity is about $300 million per year. Our fundable list this year, or our proposed fundable list this year, includes some rollover projects from last year, as well as some new applications that we deem are the most ready to move forward. The loan commitment we're proposing is about $370 million, which is consistent with our loan capacity range. And a quick reminder for any of our applicants who are tuned into this workshop, some folks might remember that our board adopted a policy amendment for the SRF program a couple months ago, which included new scoring criteria for loan projects. So drinking water SRF loans are currently not scored, and that new scoring criteria did not apply to this year's proposed fundable list, but it will kick in next year. So applications for next year are due December 31st, and we'll begin using the new scoring criteria to score and rank projects starting next fiscal year. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kristen to cover grants and principal forgiveness.
Good morning. Let's dive in. Next slide, please. So, as you can imagine, there's always quite a bit of demand for our grant and principal forgiveness dollars. And because there has been a bit of uncertainty around what the future outlook looks like in terms of funding availability for the next few years, we wanted to get a sense of what demand might look like to help inform some of our recommendations that you see here in the Drinking Water IUP for eligibility criteria and priority setting. What we did is we looked at a lot of projects that we have in the pipeline, as well as connecting with our colleagues in the Division of Drinking Water and our technical assistance providers to get a sense of where projects are in being ready to come in for funding, and looked at historical trends in technical assistance demand, planning demand, et cetera, to help develop these demand estimates over the next few fiscal years. You'll see that we've got quite a bit of demand projected for the next 2 fiscal years, but I'll say that our crystal ball doesn't go out, I think, as far as we'd like. You can see in year 3, not a whole lot, but we do anticipate demand probably picking up. But this is at least known demand as best as we can project out. And you can see for the next 3 years, known demand is looking to be just over $1.6 billion for grant and principal forgiveness. Next slide, please. That demand is predominantly driven by construction, and a lot of it for our public water systems. But I do want to note that we do have a lot of demand out there for communities served by domestic wells and state small systems. The funding that's administered through the Drinking Water IUP can also support consolidation of these communities. Public water systems are the applicants, but the demand is really driven by these communities. So it's important to highlight where some of that demand is coming from. Next slide, please. So let's go over some of the key points in this year's IUP. We are projecting out about $1.4 billion in grant and principal forgiveness availability this year. This includes carryover from previous years as well as new appropriations for this year. That's a lot of money. The Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience, our SAFER program, we prioritize failing systems for assistance, and that's where we've been at for the last fiscal year. There was some additional uncertainty last year, which led to the board choosing to narrow down eligibility to just failing systems only. Because we are sitting on a lot of funding right now, we really want to prioritize, again, failing systems, but open things up to include systems that are at risk of failing to hopefully prevent a cycle of failure. This does mean that we need to take a close look at systems that are at risk, that are coming in for funding to ensure that the project is going to be addressing some of those important risk indicators that are leading that system to be at risk. Another proposal that we have this year, which I'll go over in more detail in the next slide, is a tiered grant principal forgiveness project cap for projects that involve less than 200 connections. We are also recommending expanding construction and grant principal forgiveness eligibility to medium disadvantaged communities that are failing or at risk of failing, and increasing that cap from $5 to $50 million. And to increase that for medium DACs from 50%, which is what we have now, up to 100%. We do have some medium DAC systems that have hexavalent chromium contamination that they're looking to address, and this will really help meet some of that need there. We've also added a new appendix to our IUP that helps document our cost per connection calculation methodology. This is just something that's come up in the past, stakeholders wanting to learn more about how we do that, so we want to be a bit more transparent. So we published that this year. Next slide, please. So for our planning grants, this is what we are proposing, up to 100% planning assistance for small and expanded small, failing, and DAC at-risk systems. So for failing system, their disadvantaged community status does not come into play here. If you're failing, regardless of your economic status, you can get 100% grant PF for planning, but we are limiting it to at-risk DAC systems. Systems that have hexavalent chromium MCL exceedances are considered eligible at the same classification as failing systems. As you all know, we have a bit of a ramp up when it comes to enforcement for MCL exceedances. So if it exists and that system is on a compliance plan, they would be eligible just as failing systems are. So that's helped clarify eligibilities for systems with hexavalent chromium contamination. And then non-failing or at-risk systems are eligible for 100% grant PF assistance if they're also looking to pursue consolidation or to address emerging contaminant projects. So that's a bit of a carve-out too. Next slide, please. This is what I was mentioning earlier. We are proposing a new way of capping projects for grant PF. So because of some language in Prop 4, which essentially says that if a system has 200 connections or less, they cannot have a cost per connection limit for projects. We're trying to accommodate that so that we're consistent in how we're looking at all projects and making funding decisions, especially because we may have to co-fund or add additional funding from another source at a later date. You can see here what we're proposing is tiered maximum grant and principal forgiveness threshold for projects under 200 connections. We are proposing that we include for the first time a max cap grant for projects over 200 connections at $50 million. And we've done a thorough look at all of our projects in the pipeline. There's only a very small handful of projects that are above that threshold, but they are significantly above that threshold. Next slide, please. So for construction grant eligibility criteria, we are proposing that it be available to small, expanded small, or medium DACs, or small, moderate income communities, which we now are calling MICs, or MICs for short, with lots of acronyms, but it's been challenging sometimes to explain our different economic eligibility thresholds. So we definitely have definitions in our report for those who are trying to figure out what does all that mean. So we are proposing for communities with these levels of income, up to 100% grant PF for construction assistance, as long as it's falling within those tiered funding thresholds that I had on the previous slide. And then, of course, we're trying to prioritize and address systems that are failing or they are at risk. They are going to be prioritized, obviously, for grant PF. Like I mentioned before, just like planning, we are prioritizing systems with maximum contaminant level exceedances for hexavalent chromium at the same level as we do as failing systems. And then non-failing or at-risk systems are eligible for grant and PF assistance for consolidation and emerging contaminant projects. So we do have tables and other ways of looking at this because I know, again, this can be a little complicated to understand what you're eligible for. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn over to Mike.
Thank you very much. So ever since the IIJA, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, we have created supplemental IUPs because we have more federal funds to apply for. And these are generally, administering drinking water SRF funds, so have a lot of the same drinking water SRF requirements, but with a few key differences in terms of objectives. So I'll walk us through those. Next slide, please. So for emerging contaminants, I did want to mention, we mentioned it during the clean water workshop, but we are recommending that we transfer $15 million in clean water SRF emerging contaminant funds to the drinking water SRF program. And that's consistent with what we've done the last few years. The clean water SRF emerging contaminant funding that's provided by IIJA is about $15 million. We're not able to apply for that with any existing applications for eligible projects. However, we do have plenty of shown applications on the drinking water emerging contaminant side. So that's how we are applying for those funds and then transferring them. I did want to mention that it is possible to transfer that money back to the clean water SRF, although it may be administratively burdensome, but is possible. So if there are projects that appear to only be eligible for clean water SRF EC, we're very open to continuing to have those conversations with folks. All right, but until then, we are concentrating on drinking water SRF emerging contaminant program. And so the eligible applicants are same as drinking water SRF, which are water systems and non-transient, non-community water systems that are nonprofits. And then the eligible projects are any contaminants that are on any of EPA's contaminant candidate lists. To make it a little bit easier for California, we're really focusing, what we've seen is PFAS, 1,2,3 TCP, manganese, 1,4-dioxane, and I should add perchlorate, which we've investigated a little bit further, and that is potentially eligible as well. What's not eligible of note is chrome-6, nitrate, arsenic, and any other contaminants that have a national drinking water standard. So what can the funds be used for? It is for addressing emerging contaminants, and that is relatively loose. So that could be used to construct treatment. It can be used to develop a new source to avoid emerging contaminants. It can be used to consolidate, and we can offer planning and design for small or disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. As Lisa mentioned, we do have essentially two different pots of funding for emerging contaminants. One that's generally open for any water system, and then one that's focused, must go towards small or disadvantaged communities. On the left there, the blue is our demand or our available funds and the application demand for the more generic pot of funds. And so we have on the right, the light blue, we have a lot of applications for emerging contaminant funding. And so we're processing those and then proceeding on a ready to proceed basis. On the right, the green is the amount of funding available for small or disadvantaged communities. And you'll see that we have far less applications for communities that meet that criteria at the moment. So one thing I did just want to point out is that all of these funds have specific project periods and time frames that we can't control. Our goal here with this IUP is to move as much money as possible, as quickly as possible, as we're now into year 4 of the IIJA funding. And that there is money essentially set aside for small and disadvantaged communities just by the lack of application demand at the moment. So I'll talk through, what we're proposing, and, this shouldn't discourage small and disadvantaged communities from reaching out and coming in and putting applications as quickly as possible, because we do have funding available for those communities. So just some big numbers, about 40 million available for any community, 276 million for small or disadvantaged. A little bit different here. So we're working closely with Kristen and her team. Definitely can understand it being confusing with how emerging contaminants might be eligible if they're failing or at risk. One thing that's beneficial with IUP is we're administering all these funds, same application. We're going to help identify the best source of funding and the most funding an entity can receive. And like you see, we've got a lot of emerging contaminant funding, so we're really trying to open that up. So increasing that maximum grant/principal forgiveness to 25 million per water system, with up to 50% of eligible costs for the large systems, and essentially having no maximum and no cost per connection limit for disadvantaged or small water systems. And again, the 5-year project period clock has started for a lot of these federal grants. We really want to make sure we utilize them to the maximum extent possible.
And I will say, it's where the years of technical assistance investment, is really coming to fruition here, is when we have these tight timelines, need to get dollars out. But thankfully now, as opposed to previous moments, we have a bit of a pipeline of projects. And to your point, though, just need to get these dollars out the door. I just want to acknowledge and thank again just the work that Division of Financial Assistance does in working with communities so that they don't have to hunt and peck and figure out where their project best lands. Please do come in the door. We'll be here to work with folks. So just thanks for that.
Thanks. Next slide. The last 2 supplemental IUPs are on lead service line replacement and essentially natural disasters, long acronym, SWRCB. So for lead service lines, we had a huge allotment in that first year of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And because of that, we still have 197 million in funds available, and 62 million in worth of applications that we're working on. Because of that, we do not plan to apply for the 2025 allotment that California could apply for. I'll also point out that we also do not plan to apply for the 2024 allotment, which is last year's allotment, and this is the second and final year that we could apply. So by not applying, those funds would be left up to EPA to allot to other states that could make use of those funds. So we could still apply for the 2025 allotment next year if we find more demand out there. We're still working to help water systems complete their initial and updated inventories as well for privately owned laterals. And we do have technical assistance that can help small systems finish that work. Finally, SWRCB. I'm going to attempt it. Additional supplemental. No. All right. There's a bunch of other stuff.
Valiant try. That was a valiant try.
Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have started. So you had to have received damage during 2018 natural disaster, most likely wildfire, and it's a resilience type project. very limited. We've reached out to everyone. There's 3 projects we identified. One has finally been executed. The last 2 we're working hard on. I do want to stress that we're really pushing as hard as we can on these projects to become ready because this timeline is running out, and we're just doing our best to make use of the funds. 70% loan, 30% principal forgiveness, all the federal requirements. So we're doing our best there, and we're continuing to report on it. Unlikely that anyone listening has a new project we could utilize, though.
One never knows. And certainly in this time of, shrinking budgets, we don't want to leave anything on the table. So hopefully folks have some worthwhile projects out there to draw down these federal dollars with.
Definitely. Well, with that, we can go to the next slide, which is our schedule. So we posted the intended use plan for 30-day public comment on June 27th. So the deadline to submit comments will be July 28th. Our board workshop for the IUP is happening right now. And we intend to come back before the board on August 19th with the hopes of adopting the final IUP. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation here. I don't have any questions off the bat, but looking to fellow board colleagues in case they do. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. One question, and maybe this is a flag for a question on the next item, because obviously they're interrelated. And it seems like one of the things we're doing here is continuing to more closely align the IUP and the SAFER program categories and priorities in terms of failing and at risk. And as Chair Esquivel said, a huge component of SAFER in particular has been building that pipeline for systems that have been really having trouble of not getting to a place where they can access funding. And major part of that is technical assistance. It seems like most of the technical assistance we're doing through the FEP, through the SAFER program. So we're going to talk about that more in the next item. But because it seems like most of our planning money's actually going through the TA program rather than standalone planning grants often, I'm just a little, I'm confused between what we're funding planning for, whether it's standalone planning grants or TA planning versus not. And so again, you could, we can wait on this till the next item, but because a number of these slides were trying to sort of tease out what is eligible for planning grants in terms of 100% principal forgiveness. So my understanding is whether it's either of these, any of the funding sources, if it's consolidation, we are looking at it being eligible for 100% principal forgiveness. If it's failing, we're looking at 100% principal forgiveness. Now, the difference, it seems like, is if it's a emerging contaminant, we're able to be more flexible if it qualifies for the emerging contaminant money. So that is also pretty broad eligibility. But what I'm confused about is for systems that are at risk, as we're now incorporating more into the IUP, it seems like we're saying for certain types of, that there's it's unclear to me whether we're consistent on whether at-risk systems can qualify for full principal forgiveness for a planning project, whether it's for a standalone planning grant or TA planning. Does that make sense? Is that consistent for either one, and are they able, is an at-risk system at this point able to get full principal forgiveness for planning, whether it's through a direct grant or TA? under these proposals?
One's mine. No, it's a great question, and it can be, I know it's definitely confusing, and you have to navigate between two different documents. So for TA is captured in the FEP. So I will be going over that just after this one, but can answer your question now. So for planning grants, yes, DAC at-risk systems are eligible up to 100%. Now, one of the things that we're looking at, though, is making sure that the project that they're looking to pursue, is to address one of the drivers of the reason why that system is indicated as at risk. There can be systems that are at risk of failing for affordability risk indicators or some TMF capacity risk indicators. If an infrastructure project isn't going to address those things, then they would not be prioritized for planning assistance. We want to see that the planning is going to be addressing an infrastructure project to help move the needle on their risk indicators. So hopefully that answers that. Now for TA, similarly, we're looking for at-risk systems that need an infrastructure project. That's going to be one of our top priorities. There's a tremendous amount of demand for TA, and I'm going to be going over this in our next presentation. Now, while we want to open things up, it definitely depends on what kind of demand we see over this next year. But at-risk systems will be eligible. We would want to prioritize those at-risk systems where an infrastructure project is going to help improve their performance. We can also do some capacity development type of TA if it's a TMF issue or potentially an affordability issue. So we have more flexibility in TA to address a lot more of the drivers of why that system may be at risk. So I would say TA is more flexible than what we would be seeing on the planning grant side. Does that help? And I can definitely
and that helps. So I think I'll come back to that question when we get to the FEP, because it seems like there may be also some more restrictions on TA. This is not the right item to discuss that, but I do feel like that was very helpful on clarifying what we're doing with the IUP. The only, I think, two other questions, and this may be more of a comment, but as we're incorporating these categories of at risk, and it's just placing more and more importance on the needs assessment and those indicators. And I think I'll just put in a plug, and again, we'll talk about this at the next item because that's where the needs assessment's incorporated. But right now, the risk indicators are cumulative or mixture. I'm not going to use the right term, but and I just think if we're going to start using these for funding priorities, we should really think about whether we use, if you're really high risk for water supply, for example, water accessibility, you should be high risk, regardless of if you're not in that cumulative. And I just think we need to start rethinking that as we're using those indicators for more and more things. And I really support this integration and use, but I do think if you're at risk of having contaminated water or no water at all, if you're at really high risk for that, you should be able to be within those priority categories, even if you don't have that cumulative one as much. And I know that's a topic that will be discussed and workshopped more through the needs assessment process. But since it's incorporated here more so than it has been, I wanted to raise it. And then, last question, and again, I think I'll have this question at the next item too, but we've been doing so much to accelerate our internal processes, and especially since the audit a number of years ago, but just there's been huge process improvement actions. And I'm interested in whether it's here and certainly in the fund expenditure plan, if there's parts of the appendices or different components where we are reporting back on some of the, not just the actions we're taking, but are we seeing metrics that are reflecting some of the learning going on and improvements and outcomes. So again, I know there'll be more on this in the next item, but for the intended use plan, is there anything to highlight there from staff?
Yeah, in the FEP, we do have some of those metrics in the appendices. And I think we're doing a lot to try to improve our data environment and tracking system so that we can really demonstrate progress in those areas over time. So that's something that we're really prioritizing, especially this fiscal year. So more to come on that. You'll see a snapshot of what we're trying to do in the next presentation. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and excuse me. I'll also mention that the FEP does a great job of reporting back on the previous year and looking forward, whereas the intended use plan is really just a look forward. However, for the SRF programs, we do put together an annual report every year, which is the look back, and then that's in conjunction with our audit with EPA, and then also our own internal audit. So that's something that we are wrapping up for last fiscal year right now, and typically we don't have a board item to showcase that, but that's something that we can talk more about how the board would like to review or see that document as well. And those are two different documents: a clean water SRF annual report and a drinking water SRF annual report.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And it sounds like if the timing works, maybe if there's, doesn't have to be in the actual document, but maybe in the staff presentation for the hearing when we do adoptions, maybe it would make sense to go over that from the past year, but, defer to the chair and staff on how you want to do that. But appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I definitely appreciate the recommendation and would be open to it. I kind of feel, if we can next year incorporate kind of I don't know where, sounds like the report is developed later in the year here, but it could be an important part of this workshop to just recap on what happened the year prior. But maybe for this year, adoption makes sense, or some other opportunity. Is the report put on the website in any kind of uploaded and available for folks as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That'd be good we can emphasize that as well.
The drinking water annual report, I believe legislatively may only be required every other year, but we've been doing it annually for a number of years now. So both of them are annually published on our website.
Fantastic.
And I do think the timing could work in most years to, with the IUP, include some discussion around annual report.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, board member. And thank you all for the great responses. Looking to see board member Morgan.
Thank you. And thank you, board member Firestone. My questions are along the same lines, and also many of them will also transfer over to the FEP. And so I also just really want to understand, because it seems that there is a proposal to move from the categories of A through F to align with the safer programs categories of lean and at risk. And I'm a little concerned because it does to me also seem that it's becoming more restrictive, and I apologize, for me, it was a little confusing. So I really want to make sure also that I'm understanding, because I don't want to be restrictive. I don't want to move to being more restrictive. I want to make sure that we're really, especially within the funding space, we're really being responsive and customer service oriented. And so it seems, as I was going through, and I apologize because this did not come up within my briefings, and so I'm trying to read the documents and trying to understand and weigh myself through them, is that it seems that only if a system is identified through the safer process, which is now bringing in a third process into this. So we have the IUP, the FEP, and now the safer. So is this another third place for our interested parties to participate and to really engage and to look at, and not just here with these two documents. So if a system does not come up as being at risk or failing through that process, then it will not qualify for grant funding. And is that correct?
That is correct, unless the project is a consolidation project or addressing an emerging contaminant.
Okay. And so, it, for me, that's a concern, because I'm not sure we're ready to move in that direction. Because just, again, the engagement in that third process and making sure that that third process is where we want it to be for our funding program. And so I kind of think perhaps the cart may be before the horse at this moment. And so, for example, I'm just looking at a distribution system, especially for our more mountainous areas, our rural areas, where we have seen where in funding, the pictures of just, the pipes are just not even connecting. They're having major issues. If I'm understanding correctly, that's going to come in and it's going to be, they cannot receive any grant funds.
So it just depends. So if that system that's having distribution system challenges, if it's resulting in a loss of pressure, they're not able to meet maximum day demand, that's where the failing criteria comes in. If DDW's issued a violation with an enforcement action, a project that helps address those issues would be prioritized and eligible for grant and principal forgiveness. So,
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. I see perhaps delays there. There's a lot of ifs of going through, if they are showing that this project is meeting this criteria and they can document it, and perhaps DDW has not gotten to the point of going through enforcement and everything, because there's, we got to look at staffing and resources. And to me, that's potentially putting a delay on a project that can demonstrate the need. So that's where I'm looking at perhaps the cart's before the horse, in that we're not quite, our funding program to me is, it is our customer service oriented program, where if there's a demonstrated need, we're responsive and we're able to respond to and provide customer service and respond to that need, versus saying, I don't see the need because our other program has not gone out and issued you a violation. And so for me, I'm thinking that there needs to be more balance within this and not as many restrictions. And yes, there is a great need, and there's cause for that great need. We have aging infrastructure, and there's a lot that's out there. There's 100-year-old wells that are out there. There's a lot that's happening, and there's always is not a line of enforcement actions, but there is where a system can show that their infrastructure has failed and that they have a need. So I see that perhaps that these additional restrictions is also putting additional delay and staff time and resources into the line of getting a system the fix that they need, and it's causing an additional delay. So I would really like to take a step back and gain a better understanding and make sure that that's not what we're doing here. I see great intent. I just think that perhaps, I need a better understanding to make sure that we're not putting additional delay and putting additional resources unnecessarily on getting to the resolution that is needed. So on slide 9, you're talking about about that outlook over the next few years of projects. And so I just want to also give an understanding, are those the projects that are now in this proposed new funding of just those that are at risk and are failing, or does it include all projects that we know of?
This includes all that fit within the proposed criteria.
Okay.
There's only there's a lot of inactive projects that we have in our database, but it's difficult to say what they are addressing, and a lot of them are very old. They would need to be updated. But this does reflect failing and at-risk water systems, consolidations, and demand related to emerging contaminants.
Okay, so there's potential additional queue of projects that may be there that just are not included within here that may be viable projects that could move forward.
That's true, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the other thing that I noticed with just reading through the document, there was not a mention of AB 92, which established the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions, which occurred after the Division of Drinking Water moved over to establish what you're now the head of, which established an office that address both drinking water and wastewater to have those efficiencies within the funding programs to ensure that when a system comes to the board, that we are taking a look at both drinking water and the wastewater needs and putting those efficiencies in place. And so I just wanted to turn to Chief Counsel Lawfer and see, do we, historically that has been in our document to acknowledge that this is, that we are implementing AB 92 and ensuring that cross between the two. Do we still need to acknowledge that, or do we, how do we handle,
Well, the obligation exists regardless of the extent to which we acknowledge it in the document. I am happy to confer with DFA folks, and I don't know if they would like to explain why we've kind of made that shift. But again, the fact that we can align and still serve those purposes, we don't have to expressly pull it out and have a separate replication of that within the intended use plan.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, for me, it was just, you guys know that wastewater is dear to me, and it was nice to see that that was still being acknowledged, and that staff, when I led the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions, staff were cross-trained to make sure that there was one point of contact and that customer service was being made. And so with it being withdrawn, they raised questions for me. I'm not sure if it did for others, but it raised questions for me if that continuity was still there and that staff were being engaged with asking those questions if a project came in under one program or another, if they had issues on the other side, to make sure that we were providing that customer service and those efficiencies. And so that's what brought it up for me, and just want to make sure that we are continuing in that effort to ensure that we are doing the best service that we can for all our communities.
Thank you.
I think that's it for now. There, a lot of this, like I said, does fall over into the FEP, and so I'll have more comments, as we dive into it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Firestone.
Can I just build on the discussion on the transition to the failing and at-risk categories? Because I think there's some really good follow-up needed. As you mentioned, Board Member Morgan, my sense is if we can do a crosswalk so that we can all see how those categories match up or don't, what might be changing. And then I think Board Member Morgan's point on, are there triggers basically that would need to be met? I'll call them triggers, but are there actions that in order to be eligible for funding, you'd need certain actions by DDW staff or other staff? I think helpful points that would be really good to crosswalk and elucidate, because I think I think it does make sense to have some consistency about terminology and categories. And also, I really appreciate that DDW is trying to help with consistency and frankly, consistency and speed and appropriateness of enforcement actions. Like we should be issuing enforcement actions if they're, notice of violations or appropriate compliance assistance as there's problems. So I want to see those things happening, and also appreciate the, we don't want to have those issues hold up important projects that need funding assistance and create more hoops. So I look forward to getting that kind of follow-up. I think it would help everyone. Thanks.
Yeah, Board Member Firestone, we did do the crosswalk between the categories and then safer status, failing and at risk, and failing in particular because there's different categories in the failing. We saw there was a lot of inconsistency between the categories and then failing criteria. For example, the categories in the IUP this past year, we were prioritizing categories A through C. And if you crosswalk those, that meant that failing systems for secondary contaminants like iron manganese were deprioritized. And so you had failing systems that weren't prioritized for failing. And so we wanted to expand things and open things up, which is why we are proposing to transition to talking about systems failing statuses, because there's so many different project types, because that's what those A through C and beyond categories are talking about, is project types. It's a lot of different project types that can address some of the drivers for why a system is failing or at risk. So, but we're definitely open to working with all of you to clarify things and try to make it, I think, a fair way to evaluate projects, because we need something staff and our customers can understand and figure out.
Yeah, and sorry, just continuing on this is, I do think because the needs assessment was developed for a needs assessment, not necessarily funding. Again, I'm particularly concerned on the risk indicator side, that it might be actually not quite hitting the mark of what we want for that. And I think it's worth a discussion over, this next year about how we might transition that. But it also seems like we may be in a transition year where we need to go this route. My understanding is that actually it will be more expansive to allow failing to be, that in general, there'd be greater eligibility when we're using the failing criteria rather than the A through C that we were doing for the IUPs. But I think if we, and I guess also importantly for safer, we are closely tracking failing systems in terms of our goals. And so we want to make sure that we're prioritizing those systems moving forward quickly and that we have the funding. So what you've outlined here is the estimates of what is in the pipeline for those failing systems, for emerging contaminants, and then for DAC at-risk systems. So that's super helpful. But I also, I think we're in a transition, and as we do that crosswalk and maybe identify if there's some flexibility needed this year as we're making that transition. And then also just committing to work through that in a needs assessment process or however is wherever the appropriate space is, to make sure that we're really defining those in the most useful way for all of the purposes that we're going to start using them for.
Thank you, board member and board members and Ms. Abhold. Really appreciate the dialogue and discourse around how we dial in our program here so as to be as accommodating to systems as we can and accomplish our goals at the same time by having priorities. So just thank you. And being open to continue to refine that. It means a lot. Looking to my other fellow board colleagues in case they have any questions or comments at this moment. We have about 10 commenters, and we can begin to hear from them then. Our first commenter will be Eric Oriana, be followed by Bob Gore, Nick Blair, and then Jennifer Clary. Morning, good to see you. Should be on.
Perfect. Good morning, Chairman. Saw there's some tape on there, so I don't know what to do. But good morning, Chairman, board members, and staff. My name is Eric Oriana, and I'm here on behalf of Community Water Center. Wanted to just express appreciation for staff's work to get stakeholders involved in the process, and as part of the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Stakeholder Advisory Group. And there was a safer stakeholder session as well that ran through some of the proposed changes as part of the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan. I just appreciate what staff has done to inform folks about the changes that we're seeing in this draft so far. Community Water Center has a number of priorities, and just a few points here to share. And looking forward to digging into the fund expenditure plan a bit more. But one of the things that we were hoping to see is just one of the points that we've been advocating for a number of years is a separate per connection threshold for domestic well projects. And I know that's something that is been a point of discussion for some time now. But I think what we see in the Clean Water IUP, there's a separate per connection threshold for septic to sewer projects. And similarly, we think it's very appropriate for there to be a distinct per connection threshold for domestic well projects as well. So that continues to be a priority for our organization. I think we were glad to see the specific mention of emerging contaminant funds being made available and no cap around those types of projects for disadvantaged communities, small disadvantaged communities. And so just appreciative of that. And then I think one question that I had around the Emerging Contaminant Fund is just given the great demand, we see a lot of funds being directed towards technical assistance, was if, from my understanding, there is some more room to use set-asides for the Emerging Contaminant Fund for TA. And so I just wanted to pose a question on whether or not that's something that the board would like to explore, or if there's a reason why that's not being explored. In addition to that, I just wanted to also share, I think, uplift some of the comments and appreciate Mike sharing that there's some updates there around I think metrics around the program be reported annually, but just I think it would just be really a great change to see those changes updated here as part of the intended use plan presentation each year. But those are the number of comments that we had for the intended use plan, and just looking forward to continue the conversation of fund expenditure plan as well.
Thank you, Mr. Oriana. Really appreciate those comments and engagement always here. Just a quick check-in on the TA question when it comes to the emerging contaminants pot. Is that an option if we're not seeing, the projects out there to use a set aside there?
I can start, and Kristen can correct me, but one thing we've seen with technical assistance is that the federal funds are not a great fit for providing technical assistance. And one thing that could be confusing is we do talk about technical assistance in terms of federal grants, but that technical assistance is DDW and DFA staff providing that customer service, and that's a little bit different. But that third-party technical assistance, we've seen that it just all the federal requirements make it a tough fit, and that's one reason. It's my understanding we've used the SAFER funds or other state funds for that purpose. So yes, technically it can be done, but it creates, some restrictions on when you're looking at planning and technical assistance. What can you actually do? Can you explore all the solutions that a community needs, or are you limited to exploring, a specific objective only that's not quite comprehensive enough for the needs of the community? I think that's typically what we found. So that is something we have considered but haven't move forward with. One thing that we are pushing for with EPA is they also received a huge amount of funds for emerging contaminants and technical assistance. And they're rolling out their program. It's called Water TA from US EPA, and there's a emerging contaminant arm of that. They've been a little bit slow getting that hitting the ground, but we are anticipating that hopefully in first quarter 2026. Yeah. Okay. And the end of this calendar year, maybe. So that's one thing we were looking forward to, but happy to have additional conversations. But that has been part of the piece.
Yeah, I appreciate the flag on the federal program kind of rolling out. And yeah, it makes sense for me, at least here. We've always been challenged again with federal funds and the cross-cutters and things like Build America, Buy America, and is why we've prioritized safer funding and state funding for small disadvantaged communities so that they don't have to meet all those requirements. So the balance makes sense for now, but especially if we start to find ourselves without any projects and, potentially leaving money on the table, might be worth figuring out, even if it's a little more work, how we tap those dollars for those resources then. But for now, makes sense. Thank you, and appreciate that. Appreciate the question, Ms. Oriana.
Can I ask one?
Of course, Board Member
Sorry,
Firestone.
one more
Yeah.
follow-up just on the having a different connection threshold for domestic wells, because I know we definitely need that for subject to sewer. We've learned that, and I think there's similar challenges when we're having to build a whole distribution system rather than just interconnecting. So, and just can staff just speak a little bit to that issue and what we've considered and where we are in that process?
Sure. We definitely see the cost per connection for some of those consolidation projects that involve domestic wells and state small water systems. We did a thorough analysis of all of the projects that we have in our pipeline and TA planning, some preliminary construction application materials, where we have cost data. And we evaluated all of the cost per connection elements across our proposed thresholds that we have in the IUP. And we found the vast majority of them fit within what we've proposed, which is why we decided not to include a separate recommendation here for projects involving domestic wells and state smalls.
Thanks.
Much appreciation. Next, I'd like to call up Bob Gore, be followed by Nick Blair, Jennifer Clary, and then Tim Worley. Mr. Gore, good morning.
Chair, Board, good morning. Robert Gore, I stand before you this morning pro bono and attempting to summarize conversation amongst several of our friends over the past month. These three documents are more or less a landmark of the usual staff excellence, but also a navigational beacon and an urgent flare, if you will. State federal funds, like you pointed out this morning, are increasingly fraught, uncertain. The GGRF and Prop 4 are both being realigned. Some might say used for unintended purposes. They all point to the need for convening among the parties that have administrative power over these funds, the Water Board, DWR. Since much of the activity is in the San Joaquin Valley, there's the Community Action Plan, there's CV salts, there's GSAs, all of whom have projects in motion, need for funding, and a need that's never been coalesced. And no one really knows, according to our friends, exactly how much money is out there, where it is, and where it can be spent. We have gross ideas, large amounts, but it might be good to gather. The world doesn't need another meeting. But in this case, it might be good to have some sort of a plenary, a working session about where are the funds? How can we use them? What are the new purposes? Might they be directed to an increasing sudden level of urgency? The SRS, for example, even before the current administration faced the earmark issue that might have reduced incoming money. There's all kinds of trends that could be addressed in a funding and gathering that is also pointed towards the San Joaquin Valley and finding projects. One thing I will revive and harken back to 2008, with the San Joaquin Valley and all of the smalls and DACs, at some point, there's going to be a need for O&M. And it's going to have to be addressed, I would think, in an unusual manner, because a lot of these new entities that are being consolidated aren't contiguous. So it raises the possibility of a governance that's a JPA, a regional management authority that's innovative, because you have a possibility of circuit rider operating engineers that go from location to location, brine management trucks that are on routes. There's top to bottom. So in addition to funding in the San Joaquin Valley, there's also the DACs and smalls. How do we handle this? Just off the top of my head. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. I appreciate the suggestion. We're always coordinating with our sister agencies and always willing to communicate what we know on our side insofar as available funds and opportunities. And to your point, there are a lot of different programs going on right now that have an opportunity for alignment. And so just appreciate the thoughts. Thanks. Mr. Blair.
Good morning again. I think it's still morning. Nick Blair, Senior Policy Advocate with the Association of California Water Agencies. Many thanks for the opportunity to comment today on the proposed drinking water SRF IUP. Many thanks to staff for all your hard work. We're still reviewing, but at this point we have a few comments and questions for discussion on this very critical financial resource for our members, including Elsinore Valley. So please do reference Lily's comments that she made on the last item for this one instead. So first to the comments, we're supportive of the increased proposed max award amount for emerging contaminant fund for principal forgiveness. This direction enables applicants to seek funding needed to fulfill critical projects to treat for PFAS and other eligible projects, as well as, and we're also supportive of the proposed increased eligibility for projects dealing with exceedances in Chrome 6 contamination. We think both of these changes resonate with the discussions that were had during the recent SRF policy amendment discussions made by local water systems, so glad to see that. A few questions I have to pose, and these are, I guess, kind of long-standing questions that I think come to every year. So we appreciate the strides that are being made on a project dashboard for the sake of transparency with applicants. So in the spirit of continuing on that path to avoid delays, would it be possible to work towards building a projected timeframe for completion or a page where applicants can exchange status comments, notes, that kind of thing? Member of mine mentioned an FAAST system or automated dashboard as an example. So that's one question. Also on the proposed cap for new drinking water loans up to 50 million maximum for each new project on the fundable list. Had someone mentioned this could be a challenge for larger multi-year projects. Does staff have a sense of if this will be impacted by the review of the financial model at the upcoming SRF Advisory General Subcommittee meeting in August? And also, is there the flexibility for these larger projects to make the case for expanded eligibility if there is funding left over?
Thank you, Mr. Blair. I appreciate those questions and always the engagement. Abhold.
And tackle the first one, and then my colleagues the last two. But thank you for your questions. I appreciate it. And thank you for mentioning the dashboard. I think it's been a really fabulous tool to provide more transparent information around where these projects are and some of the materials and items that are either outstanding or can cause delays. As you can imagine, there's quite a bit of paperwork associated with these projects. We are working diligently internally to try to improve that dashboard. Also the look and feel of it. I know it's a little older looking. One of the things that we're trying to do within our data systems is get a better sense of project milestone tracking and project out with data where we think things are going to be going to get all the way to the end. And that's something that we're hoping, fingers crossed, by the end of this next fiscal year to get it out. And that will help us even improve some of our budgeting exercises and forecasting that we have that helps inform what we're putting into the annual IUP. So definitely always send us your ideas because we want to hear them. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd really appreciate all the data work. So much of our success, I really feel, has been because of the work getting a better handle on our data and our information, and it's really appreciative of the focus on the dashboard and work. So thank you.
And I can share a little bit more about capacity. Lisa mentioned in the presentation that the amount of new projects we wanted to add to the fundable list this year is within our sustainable funding range. The target we continue to use is 300 million per year for new loans for the drinking water SRF. And folks may recognize that's about half of what the clean water SRF sustainable loan capacity is. And there's a number of reasons, but the short answer is there's been less capitalization of the drinking water SRF program. One reason is it's been capitalized for fewer years, but also that so much of the drinking water SRF federal capital goes to set-asides and administration and support for small water systems. So it kind of just is what it is. But we are, with the stakeholder advisory group, going to do another session kind of informing folks about the capacity model we work with our financial advisor on, kind of looking at all the levers of, it's not a crystal ball, it's a tool that we use to sustainably manage the program. So there's different ways that the program could be managed. We do believe we are maximizing the loans we can put out by maximizing the amount of leveraging we can do, which does take a huge amount of staff resources to make sure we're complying with all the tax codes and revenue bond proceeds. So that is a decision the board has made, has continued to make by adopting the intended use plan with these funding capacities, because it does rely on continued leveraging of the program. So there's a little bit of a long explanation, but is there room, for projects that need way more than $50 million, what are their options? One thing that we have worked with folks, and going to point to the Clean Water SRF just because they've been dealing with the same issue for longer. If there are huge programs where there are individual projects, we can fund those individual projects, as standalone projects, that given that they are operational, along the way. So that's one way to kind of break it up and maximize funding. That also helps us because there are time frame limitations when we use these federal funds. So that's kind of good for everybody. I'll add that in the past, for Clean Water SRF, we've said, if there's money left over, maybe we'll revisit the project. That really just hasn't panned out, to be honest. So hesitant to make any implication, or imply that that could be a potential when that just hasn't proven to be true. There's just huge demand for the program. And so the $50 million limit has been a year-by-year intended use plan decision and not worked into the policy. But at some point in the future, if it's been this way for a number of years, that could be something the board could consider also if we want to cement it even further. But for now, it is a year-by-year decision given the application demand and available funds.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Thanks, Ms. Apple.
Yeah.
Appreciate the question.
Yeah, many thanks. We'll look at written comments as well and continue to work with the SRF Advisory Committee. Appreciate it.
Many thanks. Next, I'd like to call up Jennifer Clary, be followed by Tim Worley, and then Willis Hahn.
Good morning, Jennifer Clary from Clean Water Action again. So I don't have a lot to say about this. We submit comments every year. But one thing I would note is that I really appreciate that 2 years ago in the intended use plan, there was a commitment to customer service metrics. So you can find that, I think, in section 4 under outcomes. And I would really like to find out what the report back is on those metrics, similar to what the board already discussed. So if there's an actual report that provides that information, it'd be great if you could direct me for it. And even better if you could just post it on the SRF website, so it would be easier to find. Also, I really was interested in the discussion we just had about the capacity of the program. 105% of the available funding seems low in terms of a cash flow model. I think when I was on the CWSRF advisory committee like 15 years ago, they were looking at, I think, 12 to 15%, like 112 to 115%. So just want to be sure that, really what my comments are is we want to get to solutions faster because that saves us money. And is it faster if we can get out the money faster? Is it faster if we can process everything more quickly? And so that's just generally what the tenor of my comments are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clary. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Tim Worley, be followed by Willis Hahn, and then Frank Figueroa.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. It's nice to see all the board members, even though when my alarm clock went off for a 6 o'clock flight, I was cursing it. But so I'm representing the Community Water Systems Alliance, speaking predominantly about chromium-6. So as you know, several Community Water Systems Alliance members have severe cost implications for complying with chromium-6 MCL. For some of them, it feels almost like an existential threat. So there's a great desire for funding, but at the same time, some of these systems feel like there's a very low expectation of funding. Some of them actually feel like their backs are kind of against the wall, but I'll get back to this point in a minute. So despite this sort of sense of doom that I'm starting out with, we do want to acknowledge some of the great steps that we appreciate in this IUP. So for instance, we acknowledge and support that that for chromium-6, you're taking steps to address those needs before a system finds itself in failing status. In addition to that, the increased funding for systems with a chromium-6 exceedance is very appreciated. $50 million will be, much more than $5 million for some of these needs. But we do have sort of an unexpected problem or two, which I think are partly a function of timing. And secondly, there's a terminology distinction, which I was going to ask about, but I think it has been explained already. And that has to do with the restriction on chromium-6 as an emerging contaminant, because it's not an emerging contaminant as considered by the federal government. That puts us a little bit out of step, and it's just one of the unfortunate situations we have, I guess. But on the issue of timing, honestly, when I looked at the comprehensive list, I was freaking out a little bit that I didn't see anything related to chromium-6 there. But as I've been talking with the systems that we work with, I realized that it's a matter of timing. They're working on how are they going to comply. They're working on what is going into their compliance plan application. So it's a little premature for them, most of them, to submit an application. I think you're going to see those come in the next weeks or months, perhaps. But I do have a question about whether there will be remaining funds that could be applied to those applications once they're in the system. Let's see. Oh, one of the other ways I think we could perhaps work together, and I think there was almost a hint of mention of this previously, and that has to do with Proposition 4. I don't know what the Water Board what you're saying to different legislators. We are going to see if there's a way to get a line item of Prop 4 funds dedicated specifically to the Chrom-6 needs. Have no idea how successful we could be, but it would be helpful if we're working together or at least in parallel on that kind of request. And I guess I wanted to just circle back to some of the other thing that I'm hearing is many systems feel like it's a waste of their effort to apply for funding. And I keep assuring them, no, that's not the case. But I think it speaks to a sense that either they feel too big or they're not sufficiently disadvantaged, or for whatever reason, they don't see that it's a viable option for them. So there is a gap in understanding that I just wanted to kind of bring to your attention. I don't know what the answer is, but maybe we could find ways to work together on improving the understanding of that. So anyway, I guess that those are my questions and comments for this time. We probably will be submitting some oral or some written comments as well. And I appreciate all the work that goes into this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Worley, and I appreciate you organizing the number of agencies out there with Chrome 6 issues and their concerns. Again, we do encourage folks, get your applications in. That lets us then fund, to your point, and so far as a kind of, I don't know, a trust or information gap there where folks feel that it's not worth the process, glad to work on them one-on-one, individually. Have them come in, have them start to develop a relationship with the Division of Financial Assistance and understand, where they might be able to pan out. To your question on applications that come in, like in the next months, assuming that a complete application, I guess, makes its way through, which, it does take some time to develop. To Mr. Downey's point, I don't know if there's going to be extra funds at the end of this intended use plan fiscal year that we're looking at. But just looking to Mr. Downey, what have we seen, I guess, maybe in prior years with applications that come in complete, like halfway through? Does there end up being an opportunity, or are they essentially pushed into the next fiscal year and the next fiscal year intended use plan? Just to set expectations perhaps for folks now.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think we've very consistently seen that we have way too much application demand for the amount of funds we have. However, the projects that think they're ready and think we can get executed are not always the same ones that end the year being ready and executed. So we're trying our best to focus our staff resources on the highest priority projects that also are on that same schedule of getting complete, moving that local project forward. I think it is very possible for someone to come in now, work gangbusters to get that application complete. We're going to assign you a personal private project manager that's going to oversee and advocate for your project specifically and get you to the finish line as quickly as possible, because we really want to get executed agreements just as much as all our applicants do.
Definitely.
And some of those applications may be for planning, but, and so they may be smaller than ready construction.
Construction application, yeah.
But I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mike, it might be worth noting, just real fast, that, you don't need to have 100% plans and specs done to come in for a construction application. If you've got, some planning done, we're looking for about 30%. You can come in and finish planning under a construction agreement, right? So if you have some of your systems that are a little bit further along, they're able to get in, then you can bake in funding increases later if they need it, depending on plans.
I'll certainly pass that along.
Yeah, we can connect to you later.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well, one final plug, that our general package is like 2 pages long, and even that will give us great information about what kind of demand is out there. When we're talking about, will there still be money next year? If we don't have any applications for next year, then we don't really know. So that any of that information is great, and to begin the conversation.
Thank you for that. Board member.
I was just going to say, especially for those communities that are part of different alliances or associations, I think that's where, helping, maybe just pulling together a meeting with those applicants, especially around Chrome 6, because it is a unique circumstance. There's a lot in here that was very specifically tailored to address that. And so we want to make sure that all of those systems really understand that and are able to take advantage of it. Otherwise, none of us are successful here. So if we can partner, it sounds like various suggestions of coming in one-on-one, submitting things, but the sooner that there could be at least an initial meeting to clarify the eligibility and options and what's actually needed, I think the more successful everyone's going to be. So just really encourage us all to take advantage of that, and especially where there exists organizations that can help organize that and pull people together. We really appreciate it.
Completely agree. Appreciate it, board member. Next, I'd like to call up Willis Hahn, be followed by Frank Figueroa, and then Dr. Escobedo Garcia.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, fellow board members. My name is Willis Hahn. I'm a partner with the Nossman firm. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the city of Los Banos. You heard from my colleague Mary Lynn Coffey some weeks ago on this issue. And as you know, the city is dealing with a compliance issue with Chromium-6 as well. My comments today are just going to briefly touch on a few points. As a refresher, the city is a medium-sized public water system. They have 13 wells, all of which are impacted by naturally occurring hexavalent chromium. They're a disadvantaged community that they serve, and they're working really hard and planning to submit an application, as you suggest, at least the general application, in the next coming weeks for potential funding. And so the point of me talking to you today is to continue the conversation, stay engaged with the process, and once we have that application on file, we'll be back before you again. The 3 points I want to make first, I want to echo some of the points made by Dr. Worley just now about the appreciation we have for some of the changes that I saw in this year's IUP, specifically addressing hexavalent chromium. There's language that we really appreciate that acknowledges that you can treat those systems with exceedances of hexavalent chromium on the same platform as failing systems, which is very crucial and something that was kind of ambiguous before, but now it's pretty clear to us. And so that really helps us get off the ground rolling earlier rather than waiting for a violation to occur once the compliance date comes along. It's really, really critical. Second point I wanted to make is with respect to some of the comments that Board Member Morgan made earlier about the need to not try to avoid being restrictive in this sort of funding. There's a lot of, I don't envy the task that the staff here has today in trying to connect the buckets of funding with the different projects. It's an incredibly challenging task with a lot of moving targets. And so what I'm urging you to do today is to keep in mind that challenge and make sure we have as much flexibility given the tall order that a lot of the systems have in complying with the hexavalent chromium MCL. And so as you move forward, just keep that in mind and make sure it's, not to unnecessarily close doors where we can avoid that. And then finally, the last point I wanted to make is just to touch on what Dr. Worley talked about, there's sort of the disconnect of we keep coming to you and talking about hexavalent chromium. So where are the applications? And as I mentioned at the top of this, that we are currently working on the application. There's, the MCL became effective last October. The testing happened earlier this spring. We're working on those compliance plans. We're putting together those applications, and I promise you they're coming very soon. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Appreciate the engagement, Mr. Hahn, and thank you for representing the city of Los Banos here and the community out there, and appreciate your comments. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Frank Figueroa, let me see if I can pull up my Zoom platform and see who we have virtually. Yep, Mr. Figueroa is there. So Frank Figueroa, and then Dr. Escobedo Garcia, and I believe then our last commenter will be Costello Estrada. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Dr. Frank Figueroa, and I serve as a council member for the city of Coachella. And I want to begin by reiterating what I've told you the last 2 times I've come before the board. We all want clean drinking water that's free of contaminants like chromium-6. But as an elected official, I also have to consider the ability of our residents to afford that water. In May, our city water system exceeded the running average of chromium-6, requiring us to issue a Tier 2 public notice informing all our residents that we are in violation of the new standard. We used a template the state provided, but let's be honest, that notice was a scary one for our residents to receive. Even I received it, and it had a lot of information on it which was clear, but it's confusing to some people not knowing if their water is drinkable or not. In a working class of immigrant community like Coachella, where our families are already living in fear of encountering immigration on their way to work or taking their kids to school, adding to their collective anxiety was not helpful, but it's done. In addition to issuing the notice, the regulation also requires us to also submit a compliance plan within 90 days of exceeding the running average, and we will submit ours in August. The plan will detail how we intend to treat the water, including completing an environmental review, finalizing designs, going out to bid, awarding a contract, and construction. It will be a full roadmap to compliance. But here's the reality. The city can't award a construction contract if we don't have the money to pay for the project. On Friday, we formally submitted a funding request to you for $84 million, which is what it will cost the city to come into compliance with this standard. And hearing earlier in the conversations, seeing that we're going to get this increase potentially the cap to 50 million, that's really great. And looking to see how we can cover the remainder of that with an interest-free loan, a low interest loan, right? But based on the timelines you established, this means that if we don't have the full funding in hand by the end of 2026, we won't be able to award a contract for the project. The compliance clock will run out and we'll be left with the regulatory penalties we can't afford and solutions we can't implement. We are a working class city doing everything in our power to comply with this regulation, but we need your help. Fear of immigration enforcement is already causing some of our residents to stay home from work, which means fewer paychecks, fewer local dollars, and a shrinking local economy. That economic contraction will make it even harder for our city to shoulder the cost of compliance on our own. We need further funding certainty now, not a year from now, so we can meet these requirements without devastating our community with unaffordable rate hikes or project delays. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you for speaking and for engaging here, Dr. Figueroa. I appreciate your leadership here and look forward to further discussion for sure and support here of the community. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Dr. Escobedo Garcia, be followed by Castelo Estrada.
Hi, everyone. It's Natalie again. First, I wanted to thank DFA staff for all their work on the IUP, also for the additional learning sessions that y'all held last week. Thought that was a great way for clarifying initial questions, so we're definitely encourage y'all to do that again next year. We're going to provide more robust written comments, but I did want to provide some initial feedback. We do appreciate and support the state opening up funding for at-risk water systems. We're really excited to hear that change. We're still reviewing the proposed new caps for construction funding, but we would like to note that these caps should be increased for systems under mandatory consolidation or in long-term receivership. I'll save my rest of the comments for the FUP. Thank you.
Many thanks. Next, and our final commenter on this item, Castelo Estrada. Good morning. Good to see you.
Morning, Chairman. I made it. It's not noon yet. Good to see all of you. Thank you for putting together this workshop. It's been very informative. I think it had a lot of positive news from where we were at the last time we talked. I think regarding the SRF policy, we had a number of concerns related to funding strategies for Chromium-6, and I think it's obvious that you've taken a lot of those very seriously. We appreciate that. Want to thank you. Want to thank staff for all the work that you're doing there. I wanted to kind of use the city of Coachella kind of as a brief example of how this is kind of playing out in the real world. You kind of heard from our council member. We've exceeded the running average in Q2. We have 7 wells. They're all above the MCL, some of them higher levels. That's why they exceeded the running average in Q2, which is prompted us to issue the Tier 2 notice. We've sent that out as of last month. We're on schedule to continue to send those notices, I think, on a quarterly basis until we come into compliance. We are also on the time clock to submit the compliance plan, which we will submit in about a month to DDW, and where we would kind of provide a schedule of how we would come into compliance. We do plan to have 30% design plans complete by the end of December. We don't have funding available beyond that point that we've identified at this point. So trying to figure out what ways we could maybe expedite additional funding. I think I heard somebody at the staff say that perhaps there was a way that we could roll in additional funding requests through the application process for that. But one of the things that that kind of caught my attention was really the help with the 50 million. I think that's great. Just to give you a sense, a system like ours, which is defined, I think, per your definition as a medium disadvantaged system, we have about 9,500 connections. And so if you do the math at a 50 million, I think that's around maybe 5,000 per connection. If you would increase that, let's say to 80 million, that is probably around 8,000 per connection, which is certainly below some of your other thresholds for other projects at 70,000 per connection. But I know that funding is limited, and so we appreciate the 50 million. We would ask that you consider any remaining funds at the end of the year to kind of be allowed to be used for disadvantaged communities like ours and others. And at a minimum, would request, I don't know if this is already part of the policy, but to the extent that the 50 million principal forgiveness doesn't cover the full amount of the project, whether a system like ours would then just get rolled into the like a loan interest a bucket. I don't know if that's part of the policy already, but we would encourage that. The other thing, the last thing I wanted to mention is as relates to timing, per our compliance plan and the way that we would want to fund the project, we would probably have to adopt rates within a year in order to be in a position to go out for bonding. And in order for us to go out for bonding, we probably need about 6 to 4 months. So if we plan to, let's say, be in construction in January of 2027, so that we try to have a project complete by October of 2027, which is our compliance date, we would need to have the money on hand, which would mean that we would probably need to know how much funding we would be able to kind of anticipate from the state around fall of 2026, so that we would know how much we would have to go bond outside of any funding that would be provided by the state. So just kind of wanted to give you a timeline there. And so I wanted to hear from staff if they feel that these types of applications would be near completion. We just submitted the general form on Friday, but would a project be able to move fast enough to be somewhere near completion by the end of this fiscal year? Just wanted to get a sense of timing, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
No, thank you for those comments, Mr. Estrada. Again, the leadership and work here. Look to our folks here in the program if they have any response for you at this point. But what I recommend, and you may need to do, is just come in the door, set up a meeting, and we can try to explore those timelines. On your question, though, about the ability to tap low interest or no interest loans for the rest of the amount of the project, after the principal forgiveness amount and cap, that yes, we are able to. And again, I think setting up a meeting might be best. But Mr. Downey, I don't know if you have any initial response from Mr. Estrada.
Yes, just second what you said, Chair Esquivel, that co-funding, internal co-funding is something we do really well and do a lot of. So different grant sources, loan and grant, principal forgiveness and loan. So we're very familiar with that, and we've done multiple funding agreements like that with Coachella or Coachella Valley Water District, I should say, along those lines. But I would say yes, continue to submit applications. Doesn't need to be a complete application, just that initial 2-pager would be great to get the conversation going. And just like my colleague mentioned, design does not need to be complete. So the things that we need for eligibility sometimes might be different than you think. So, having environmental documents that are complete so we can do federal coordination, consultation with other federal agencies, that can be, a major critical path. And if we can get that cleared, then, we can move forward towards a lot of these smaller technical and financial pieces. I'm probably making it sound too easy, but just making sure that you're not assuming that we're going to need pieces that we don't in order to get into that funding agreement, and then additional pieces of the project, you can continue to deliver as we get closer to construction. So, I mean, very rarely do we have people that are truly, shovel ready, kind of put a shovel in the ground the day they get their funding agreement. There often is more planning and design that needs to happen to get to that point. So just encourage anyone listening to reach out to us early.
Many, many thanks. All right, that brings us to the end of our commenters on this item. This is just a workshop reminder, so no need to bring ourselves to a vote, but I'm looking to see if there's anything further my fellow colleagues would like to bring up, question, comment-wise. Okay, seeing none. Thank you. This has been a very successful workshop for the intended use plan. What we have now is our workshop on the fund expenditure plan. We also have a decision point, and so I'm looking to folks in the crowd as much as I am to my colleagues on the board. We can work through and then just be able to conclude the meeting and have a late lunch, or if folks are feeling like they want to eat, want to have a break and a lunch before we get to the fund expenditure plan, glad to do that as well. I conferred with the vice chair, and it was inconclusive. We think we can go both ways. And so just truly looking to folks here at the dais and in the room, because I don't want to have to hold folks over at lunch as well. Can we? Okay, let's take a break. Yeah, we'll definitely take a break either way. It's a matter of if we're going to take a lunch break, though. All right, we're going to go for it. We're going to go for. We're just going to take a break, and we'll try to get through. And apologies if folks get a little hungry as we get through the fund expenditure plan. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 12:15, and then we'll continue on. Thank you all. Appreciate it. All right, everyone. Ready to come back here. Thanks, everyone, for the break. Thanks for your working through and then having a late lunch. It's appreciated. We're now on our next item here, which is item number 4, and it's covering here a fund expenditure plan for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. I'll hand things over to Ms. Abhold.
Well, good afternoon now, and thanks for having me again. And I apologize, my staff were going to help present, but due to certain circumstances, I couldn't be here today, so you get to see more of me. We do have a longer presentation to go over the proposed additions and changes for the fund expenditure plan, so just bear with me. And feel free to interrupt me if you want to dig in anywhere in particular before we move on, because I know there's a lot of content in here. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So just at a very high level, summarizing some of the new changes and additions to this year's fund expenditure plan, and then I'm going to be digging into some of these items later in my presentation. So one of the first things that we've done for this year's fund expenditure plan is to rethink its general organization. Every year, kind of more and more stuff gets added into it in terms of what are our funding priorities and what's eligible and what's not, but also backwards looking in terms of what has the SAFER program done, what are our goals. So we're trying to make things a little bit easier to read through and trying to highlight the areas where we think most of our readers are looking for information. And then we've pulled some information down into the appendices. So you let us know how you like this new reorganization. Always happy to move things around. One of the big additions to this year's fund expenditure plan, and this comes out of a lot of really thoughtful input that we got from stakeholders and from you all last year, is a new domestic well and state small water system strategy. And I'll go over that in more details later. We also include a section that has information on SAFER program performance. What are some of the metrics that we're using to track how we're implementing the program, both in terms of outcomes, but also, from a customer service point of view. Next slide, please. We have also put a lot of work into trying to clarify what our funding eligibilities and priorities are for public water systems and communities served by domestic wells and state smalls. Again, the whole point here is to try to be as clear as we can so there isn't a lot of confusion. So we did break this section up by public water system versus communities served by domestic wells and state smalls. We go into the types of interim assistance that we're providing, technical assistance, which is new, and I'll be going over those later. We did put a lot of effort into trying to align the IUP and the FEP. Like many of you mentioned previously, these are two guiding documents that our staff use to review applications, determine eligibility. And because two documents were using different languages and other things, it was really hard for folks to figure out, well, is this a priority or not? And that's feedback that we were hearing from the communities that we serve as well. So aligning the two documents, we're hoping to really help improve the way that we communicate outwards, but also expedite how we're reviewing applications and requests around whether or not a project is eligible by making things really streamlined between the two documents. One of the proposals that we have, or one of the suggestions that we have in here is to increase the urgent drinking water needs funding limit from $500,000 to $1 million. We don't touch on this anywhere else. I'm just highlighting it here. This has been one of our really successful pathways to funding in our program. These are for obviously low-cost projects that are going to help address an urgent need. It streamlines the application process, it's fewer requirements, and it's really helped us get money out the door in typically a critical situation like a pump failure or needing an emergency intertie, et cetera. And so this has been successful. We've seen costs go up quite a bit over the last few years, and we do think there's a need to increase that project funding cap from $500,000 to $1 million. All right, next slide, please. All right, I'm going to discuss some of our SAFER program goals and strategies. This is really some of the guiding principles that we have that help shape how our programs operate and drive some of the recommendations that you see in here. So next slide, please. This should look familiar to a lot of folks. These are the goals and some of our measures of progress in implementing these goals for the SAFER program for public water systems. I'm not going to read everything on the slide, but in essence, we're looking to really ensure that communities that don't have access to safe, clean, reliable water have access. And at the end of the day, it's really about ensuring that that 2% that you kept hearing about earlier this morning, that we're trying to meet their needs as fast as possible. Next slide, please. Like I mentioned earlier, when we adopted those new goals for public water systems, there was a lot of comment and questions around, well, what are you doing for communities served by domestic wells and state smalls? These are communities that are prioritized under the SAFER program and are a special group that's eligible for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, which the FEP helps us implement. These are our three bucket categories, if you will, and we're really looking forward to hearing feedback and comments on these. This is new for this year. We've done a lot of engagement with our stakeholders in the field on developing these new strategies, and we're hoping that we can get feedback to refine these over time. These three strategies are within these categories. I'm going to go through them real fast, but the first one is to share data to inform possible solutions. And this is so important in this space because, as most of you know, the State Water Board does not regulate domestic wells or state small water systems. And that means there's not a lot of data and information out there around the risks, the failures, or even as simple as location for a lot of these systems and communities. And so the Water Board over the last few years, especially with SAFER funding and support, has been able to tap into existing data and resources and develop new tools and information to help us better connect and understand the challenges that the domestic well and state small communities are facing. Our goal here in the strategy is to continue to support those activities, see how we can expand upon those, and then also make sure that we're sharing this information with key stakeholders and partners that are helping to serve domestic wells and state small communities as well. So these are partners like our groundwater sustainability agencies, mitigation zones, our counties. There's a lot of different folks who are working in this space, and shared information is going to be vital for helping us capitalize all the resources that we have to provide and maximize our assistance. Some of this includes guidelines on how to best engage with communities served by domestic wells and state smalls. This is, again, fairly new for us as an agency, and you heard some of our partners previously discussing some of this work, figuring out how do you connect with a homeowner to help them understand some of the challenges that they might be facing, and then also express the need for perhaps losing some of the autonomy that they have with their own well, but connect to a more reliable source if a public water system is nearby. How do you engage? How do you get community interest involved in these types of projects? We're trying to learn from what we're funding and doing in this space and then share that outwards with other partners who are working to address the needs in these communities. So share data and information, bucket number one. Number two is fill funding gaps supported by local and regional programs. So the SAFER funding source is obviously a very unique funding source. When we were in the drought a few years ago, the Water Board received a nice appropriation of funds for drought relief. And we were able to use both SAFER money and drought money to help stand up interim assistance programs and other long-term assistance programs to help communities served by domestic wells and state smalls. Now, during that time period, we also saw local mitigation programs starting to stand up. So we have GSAs that have mitigation programs, we have our management zones, we have counties that we've helped co-fund to get their programs stood up. Now we're transitioning to this period where we want to make sure that we're maximizing the funding that's available locally with state funding so that we can reach as many households as we can. We know from the results of the needs assessment that demand for funding and assistance for communities served by domestic wells and state smalls far exceeds what we have available at the state. So how do we maximize what's out there? So what we have in for this strategy is really some actions to help us and our partners who we help fund connect with local mitigation programs, see which households may be eligible for assistance, and where they're not or they're not eligible for full assistance, do some co-funding. And I'll talk a little bit more about this a little bit later. We're also trying to look at different ways that we can partner with local programs to identify innovative long-term solutions. This is really important, kind of harkening back to what we have in number 1, where this is a space that we don't have a lot of experience, and we're trying to identify what additional long-term solutions might be working or might work in this space. Category number 3 is to promote and explore long-term solutions. So we have a lot of technical assistance that's already deployed right now to help communities served by domestic wells and state smells to connect to public water systems or to explore whether or not decentralized treatment or new wells may be the best pathway for them. We want to continue that support. We also are trying to provide construction funding where feasible. So again, I'll touch on this a little bit more later, but again, trying to connect those communities to funding, whether it be for consolidation, where we need a public water system coming in for an agreement with us, or if we can support drilling new wells or installing decentralized treatment. We're trying to update our funding guidelines and eligibilities around physical consolidation or regionalization to help make it clear around where these projects are both fundable and technically feasible. And we're continuing to provide TA to support looking into regionalization and point of use, point of entry, which is decentralized treatment implementation. A lot of information, but there are additional actions within the draft FEP, and we are really looking forward to public feedback on those. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to touch a little bit on some of our SAFER program performance over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. So you're going to see a lot of data and information, apologies, but hopefully you guys help kind of nerd out on this and celebrate some of the success of the program, which is really amazing. Again, I just want to point to the presentation that you heard earlier today from the Division of Drinking Water. There's a tremendous amount of need out there in the state, and the SAFER program is really helping to meet that demand where we did not have programs like this previously. So what you see here are some of those original SAFER goals and then some of the data points that we're tracking to see how we're implementing those goals. So the first one here, people and communities that did not have safe drinking water now have it. We have 321 systems that were failing in July of 2019 when this program was started are off the failing list. They're back in compliance, which is exciting. A lot of those systems had been failing for many, many years previously, so it's really great to see those communities finally have access to safe, clean drinking water. There's been over 3 million Californians that have benefited from these projects. The goal number 2, communities are on track to get lasting solutions as swiftly as possible. We're looking at that time that systems are on the failing list and when they come off. So we see on average they're spending about 3 years on the list. Being able to expedite our funding resources to get projects implemented is going to continue to help bring that number down. And it's something that I know our colleagues in the Division of Drinking Water are tracking over time. The average time for planning work to be completed is about 4 years. Now, the goal that we have is 2.5. So this is something that we're working with our technical assistance providers and trying to identify opportunities to, again, expedite the planning process so that those systems that have been on the failing list for a while, we can get them off more quickly. Next slide, please. Communities are transitioning to be resilient and prevent cycles of failure. This is where we're looking at history of noncompliance. We're looking at consolidations where if we can enhance the economies of scale that systems have, they're less likely to come off or come onto the failing list. With our colleagues in DDW, we've been able to consolidate 170 systems since July of 2019. We've had a reduction in the number of systems that have been failing more than once. We have a ton of consolidation still in progress that's going to help address some of these numbers that you see on here. And then systems that have been coming in for emergency repair requests, it's around 37. But again, we're looking at a downward trend in that number over time. I think you'll probably see this change In future years, we'll start showing the data being tracked over time, so it's not just a snapshot, and that should hopefully help illustrate progress a little bit better. Next slide, please. More metrics. Woo! Some of these are repeats from the previous slides, but it's always good to celebrate what we're doing for public water systems across the state, focusing on some new numbers here. You know, we've committed more than $100 billion, or I'm sorry, $100 billion, that'd be nice, $1 billion to construction and planning assistance to disadvantaged communities. We've provided $4.5 million in direct O&M assistance. We've helped accelerate technical assistance for 616 systems across a handful of projects. And of course, we're helping schools make sure that they get the assistance they need. Those are a really top priority for the program. Next slide, please. These are some new numbers that we haven't really published before, but we're trying to really highlight some of the good work that we're doing for communities served by domestic wells and state smalls. And this again aligns with the new strategy that we're proposing to include in this year's FEP. We've assisted more than 3,000 households with interim assistance. This is with bottled water and hauled water. We've able to connect homes to adjacent water systems. This is through our TA work. We've helped fund over $200 million in regional programs for domestic wells and state smalls. We've helped install 477 decentralized treatment devices on homes. We've helped replace 732 wells, and we're installing temporary tanks for about 2,400 homes. And this is one of those new programs that we're looking to kind of develop a little bit further and enhance as a potential long-term solution for some communities where drilling a new well or connecting to a nearby water system isn't a viable solution. Next slide, please. We're trying to present this information a little bit differently. You let us know if it's easier to understand or more difficult. But as you guys know, the SAFER program has a lot of different funding sources that we administer to advance the goals of the program. So this includes both federal and state dollars. In that mix is the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. It is one funding source, but it is our most flexible funding source that we have. And so because the FEP is really about the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, we like to call that out in a lot of our data in our reporting, since there's reporting requirements associated with that funding source. So on the left-hand side, this helps demonstrate where the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund monies from last year were allocated, over the last 5 years. Versus on the right-hand side, these are all of our other funding sources. And as you can see on the left-hand side, it has more colors, if you will. We're able to use that funding source to support services and activities that we don't typically get to fund with our other funding sources. So on the left side, the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, we really like to target spending towards technical assistance, interim assistance. It helps support our administrator assistance programs. And we do use some of that funding for construction. That's that blue color right there. And that's really for projects that are going to have a hard time complying with federal requirements. And this is huge. Those are probably systems that really had a hard time tapping into our funding before this program started. And I think that's really where we're seeing a lot of movement for systems that were previously failing that are now off the list because we're able to use state money like this. On the right-hand side, we've committed over about $1.2 billion of SAFER funding, and you can see the vast majority of that is towards long-term solutions for construction. Next slide, please. And this one is looking at our commitments in just this past year alone. You can see this past year alone, more than half of the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund monies was for interim assistance, and about half of that was then for administrator and construction funding. On the right-hand side, last fiscal year, we had $255 million, the vast majority of that construction money, and a little bit going towards planning assistance. And like Board Member Firestone mentioned earlier, we are seeing more planning assistance going out through technical assistance than we are through individual planning agreements with communities. Next slide, please. Anticipated available funding, demand, and priorities. You all saw a little bit of this earlier, but we're just going to touch on it briefly again. Next slide. So we are anticipating just over $1 billion of state and federal funding available for the SAFER program this coming fiscal year. You can see in this infographic that more than half of that is federal dollars, but the rest is state dollars, which again is more flexible, which really helps our small disadvantaged communities. It's important, though, that we keep in mind that that is the reason why we have so much funding, is because we have federal dollars. There is that risk of losing this money in the future, and so we could see a very different funding outlook in just a few years. Next slide, please. So I'm excited to share this information with folks. There's been a lot of work going into milestone tracking to help us better predict when we think demand is going to materialize for our programs, which again helps us then come up with the criteria and eligibilities and reassess some of those funding thresholds that we talked about for the IUP. And so what you see here on the screen are a very aggregated view of project milestones. We do have a lot of sub-tasks and milestones associated with all of this, which helps us, again, keep track of projects and working with communities and our colleagues in DDW, OCC. We do a lot of work with CPUC. So milestones are going to help us really stay on top of our projects and hopefully identify where there may be slowdowns in the process. On the left-hand side, in the first two columns, these are projects that are in the pipeline that have they're receiving technical assistance, or they have a planning assistance with us, and they do not have a complete construction application in. You can see that's the vast majority of projects in our pipeline, and a lot of them are in technical assistance. Once we have a complete construction application, that's how you get into that third bucket there. And that's when our staff are really working to get a construction agreement executed. Everything to the right are projects that have funding secured, and now they're going through the motions of implementing the project and finishing construction. Now, I'd like to point this out because what we see on the left-hand side is a lot of the demand numbers that you've seen previously and is on the next slide, I believe. Next slide. Thank you. So using information collected from our technical assistance providers, from our project managers overseeing planning agreements, and from connecting with our colleagues in DDW, we've been able to, again, project out what we think is demand that will materialize over the next few fiscal years. Although we do think that this number is going to probably go up, especially because we're hinting within the IUP and the FEP this year that we're expanding eligibilities. So you can see on the first column, which is supposed to represent this fiscal year, that we potentially will have over $800 million in demand for the program, which is quite a bit more than what we're typically able to move out the door each fiscal year. I think if you could recall on the previous slide, it was just under $400 million for last fiscal year. So we're working internally to see how we can prioritize projects and move as fast as we can and try to be able to meet the demand that may materialize this year. But it may be quite a heavy lift for us. And we'll keep you all posted as demand materializes for the program. I will just note that the projects that we have in our pipeline that we are aware of, over the next 3 years, we expect that to be over $1.6 billion, which is more funding, obviously, than we have available, which is one of the reasons why we're trying to really prioritize failing and at-risk systems and be really thoughtful about projects that we fund using our grant and principal forgiveness dollars. Next slide, please. I'm not going to linger too long on this one since I covered it in the previous presentation, but this just represents the public water systems and the domestic well and state small households that represent those demand numbers. You can see on the construction side, we have about 170 projects that we anticipate coming in for construction assistance. Next slide, please. Our SAFER funding priorities are very similar to what they were last fiscal year, with the small change that, of course, we're proposing with the IUP to open things up beyond just failing systems to include systems that are at risk of failing as well. And we are trying to emphasize again here in these funding priorities that we continue to support and prioritize communities served by domestic wells and state smalls. Next slide, please. One of the requirements of the fund expenditure plan is that we include what our spending targets are for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, which again, I want to emphasize is one funding source that the SAFER program is able to tap into. Because this is our most flexible funding source, we really try to use this funding to support some of those services and activities that the other funding programs that we have are not able to cover. I'm just going to go over very briefly some of the numbers here and try to explain them a little bit, some of the reasoning behind these numbers. So the first column is for interim and emergency assistance. A lot of our other funding programs do not support interim and emergency assistance, and we do not have access to those drought funding anymore. So now we're using Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund monies to support a lot of the programs that we've stood up for interim and emergency assistance. There's a need there, and a lot of it is for communities served by domestic wells and state smalls in particular. You can see that's about $46 million. So we are targeting $52 million for this year's Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund for interim and emergency assistance. For technical assistance, we're proposing almost $118 million for additional amendments to our grant agreements. And this would be additional capacity on top of the remaining capacity we already have. So this would really help set up our technical assistance providers for success. This number is based off of information that they shared with us in terms of additional funding that they need to get current projects that they're working on over the finish line, because a lot of them are nearing the capacity of their current grant agreement, and they're not going to be able to finish those projects that they're currently working on without additional funding. This number also includes additional funding to take on new failing and at-risk systems, as well as communities served by domestic wells and state smalls. Now, this is a 3-year demand estimate, and that's why we're trying to front load it onto their grant agreements this fiscal year so that they're set up for the next 3 years to be able to provide technical assistance to communities that need it. The third column there is our administrator program. This is to continue to support our administrators, $2.5 million. We don't have any Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund funding for planning. We do have other funding available to support that demand. We do have about $1 million for direct O&M support, and we do target $148 million towards construction. This is really for those projects that are most likely not going to be able to comply with federal funding requirements for some of our other programs. So these are really for those communities that they really need that help. So grand total, we have a POE project that we're continuing to fund, and then obviously staff costs. So the grand total for this fiscal year is $342.2 million. Next slide, please. But like I said, the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund is just one funding source for the SAFER program. We wanted to look more holistically, again, about demand and funding resources that we have to target funding for the whole program for the demand that we've modeled previously. And you can see the vast majority of it is construction, which is no surprise there. We're seeing construction costs really skyrocket. I am seeing cost increases over 50% on construction agreements that we have already executed. And this does include the estimated cost increases for projects that haven't gone out to bid yet. So lots of demand, obviously, but we're excited to continue to support these communities. Next slide, please. Okay, let's dig in a little bit to some of the newer material in the fund expenditure plan. Like I mentioned before, aligning with some of the new strategy and actions associated with our domestic well and state small strategy and our SAFER goals, we are proposing some clarifying language and new direction for some of the programs that we have funded under SAFER. So next slide, please. And I'm just going to touch on the ones that we're seeing the bigger changes. The first is interim assistance. And you heard me mention previously with the new strategy for domestic wells and state smalls that we really want to leverage those local mitigation programs that are being stood up. Here on the slide are all of the existing programs that the State Water Board is supporting across the state. You have the funded partner who we have a grant agreement with on the left-hand side. You have the locations that they serve and the types of services that they're providing to those communities where they're meeting the program's eligibility criteria. So a lot of great work happening across the state and obviously a tremendous need in those locations. Next slide, please. In order to advance, strategy number 2 for domestic wells and state smalls, we're proposing some new kind of guidelines for State Water Board funded interim assistance, especially as it relates to whether or not there's a local mitigation program in place. And the first thing that we're recommending here is defining interim assistance is limited to 2 years in general. We leave it to the discretion of our funding partners if there should be an exception to that made on a case-by-case basis, but wanted to lead with 2 years as a starting point. Now, for those who are already on our programs, enrolled in either bottled water and or hauled water assistance, the clock would restart. So we're not going to look at how long they've already been on the program. We want to make sure that we're fair and how we're communicating with households. The second is interim assistance is available to eligible households where no local mitigation program exists or is operational. We know that there are some areas where the programs are starting to be stood up or they're in the works, but they're not yet enrolling any households. Where that's the case, any eligible new applicant for State Water Board funding programs would be eligible for assistance. No additional legwork needed there. However, where there are mitigation programs in place that are stood up, we want to see what that local program is able to cover for households who have come to our funding partners. Whatever that local program is not able to support, we will fill the gap, which could be 100% of the costs. But our goal is to collect that information, working with our funding partners in order to report that out. That then helps us with implementing the first strategy within our domestic well state small strategy, which is sharing information. It's really important that folks who are helping to shape how GSAs and other local programs are responding to the needs of communities served by domestic wells and state smalls. It's important for them to know how these programs are working and where the state is providing assistance. So one of the things that we've been asked in some of our early stakeholder engagement is, very specific scenario-based type questions of, what if a household has issues with property rights or something like that. Again, we want to provide a lot of flexibility to our grantees to make determinations on eligibilities for the program and their best steps. So we're not proposing criteria here that would be too restrictive in their ability to respond to new requests for assistance. Next slide, please. Next, I'm transitioning to technical assistance. It's such a huge component of the SAFER program and really helps contribute to the success of the program, but not something that we've historically put a lot of information out. And one of the things that we really wanted to do in this year's fund expenditure plan was clarify eligibilities for technical assistance, what the process is, and to work with our TA providers to see how we can accelerate especially planning assistance for communities. This graph here is fairly new, but it does show how we've really accelerated technical assistance across the state for communities since the SAFER program was established. What we've done is established a lot of new work plans, which are planning projects, if you will, over the last few years. But you can see from those blue bars compared to the orange bars that we've started a lot of work but haven't finished work at the same rate, which is okay. These planning projects take a lot of time, but what this does mean is you look at the green, I call it the green monster, that's workload, right? For our TA providers and for our staff here at the Division of Financial Assistance. We currently have, there's been 442 planning work plans initiated, and we have just over 300 that are still currently active. So these are all projects that we have to meet with folks on a monthly basis to get updates and try to shepherd through the planning process. And so what we really want to do is work with our TA providers to be thoughtful about assigning new work, because we need to look at their capacity, and then work with them again to move towards closing out work plans and getting construction applications in. Next slide, please. This really helps illustrate, why planning, that planning can take a long time. We have over 100 planning work plans that have been active for more than 3 years. Some going out 7 years, and those are carryover from previous grant agreements. So again, our goal for this coming fiscal year is to work closely with our TA partners to figure out how we can help accelerate and move the needle on these timelines. Next slide, please. So again, something new for us in publishing in the FEP, but we're excited to be more transparent, is what is the planning process in TA? How are we making decisions around adding additional time and funding to planning projects? We get, as you can see, we've had such a huge ramp up over the last few years. We wanted to clarify how we make decisions in this space. Now, what you have at the top are our technical assistance milestones for planning projects that involve public water systems. And then on the bottom, those that involve usually domestic well and state small communities. They're nearly identical. The only difference is that on the bottom, we have an additional preliminary step for those that are serving domestic wells and state smalls. Typically, our technical assistance provider, when they're initiating outreach to a community, is going in to confirm that there is a challenge there, that they have almost a failing equivalent problem. There's a water quality problem, there's a water outage problem, maybe both. We don't have information for communities served by domestic wells and state small, so some of that preliminary outreach is necessary. It helps us ensure that we're targeting our technical assistance resources to the right locations. We don't need that for public water systems as much because we have consistent water quality monitoring that's occurring, as well as consistent reporting through the drought and conservation tool, whether or not there may be an outage happening. So we usually know through our failing criteria and our risk assessment whether or not there's a challenge that public water system is facing. That isn't to say that we don't do our due diligence and ensure that that really is the case. We work very closely with our colleagues in DDW to ensure that there are challenges that it's worth our TA resources coming in and supporting a project. So those are kind of the starting points. We usually start with a feasibility study, which is looking at the options for addressing the challenges faced by that community. After that's completed, we then work with the community to identify the best long-term solution that they want to pursue a construction funding agreement for. That's when we start building off of the feasibility study to draft an engineering report. And then we move into the full planning, which helps with the construction application requirements for our funding programs. And then there are some instances where we provide construction support post getting a construction agreement with us. This is typically for those small systems that may lack some of the TMF capacity needed to manage a construction project. You can see in here there's some months associated with each of these steps. This is what we typically see. We're not holding our TA providers accountable to these timelines. It's just helping to be more transparent about what we typically see for these spaces. I would say consolidation projects we see take a lot longer than some of the dates that you have on here. And obviously, super important, we really encourage our technical assistance providers to continue to do community outreach, engagement, and education throughout the planning process so that the community is very much involved, which is really important for definitely our domestic well and state small communities. Next slide, please. So how do you move from one step to the next, these different milestones? This is what this is typically what we've been looking at, but we wanted to put this in writing. So for public water system projects and domestic well state small projects, at each step of the way, we're making sure that the planning project is is looking at and selecting projects that are technically feasible, which means our Division of Drinking Water indicates that the project is on track to be permitted. They're never going to give a guarantee of that until after the construction of that project and they get a permit application, but they can indicate whether or not it's on track and will address the system's challenges or the community's challenges. We also want to ensure that the project is on track to be funded, whether it be State Water Board funding resources or potentially other funding programs that are out there. If it looks like there isn't funding to support that project, then we may not finish all of the planning and obviously not the construction application materials. But getting some planning done is still helpful to the community if they want to choose an alternative path for their challenges. And we're also ensuring or trying to look at whether or not the project is affordable. This is not a make or break criteria, but it's something to always keep in the back of the mind. If the projects are starting to look fairly expensive, we definitely want to add on some capacity development assistance and some additional resources to that TA work plan to do a rate study to look at, is this going to be something that the community can afford in the long run, and which may help inform some of the community's decision making in the planning process. For TA that's serving domestic well and state small communities, all of the criteria that I highlighted above is still true. The only difference here is that we're looking for community engagement and interest in the project. So when we first do that initial screening and assessment for domestic well and state small communities, we're starting to survey households to see, are you interested in a long-term solution? Do you want to work with us to explore that? We want to see at least some initial interest in the community before we put additional resources there. And typically we see that, but we just, again, want to codify that. Then to continue to move forward, at some point we need to see homeowner interest, especially if this is a consolidation project. We're going to need right of entry agreements from those households. If we're not able to get enough right of entry agreements for those households, that project may not be meeting our cost per connection or project thresholds that we have, which means that they could do all this legwork for years to get a construction application in the door, and then they're not meeting our eligibility criteria. And so we really want to support projects even earlier in TA than we have done in the past to secure interest in consolidation, if that's going to be the selected solution, and get some of those right of entry agreements up front so that we're more on track. We have seen projects delayed or even dissolve in the final stages of getting a construction agreement because they haven't been able to secure those right of entry agreements, which has been really unfortunate for those who were involved in that project. Next slide, please. This is just reiterating, and I'm not going to go over everything again, but we are pulling over from the IUP our planning grant and construction grant eligibility criteria so that folks don't have to go back and forth between the two documents. Because previously we would just say, oh, go look at the IUP, trying to make it easier for folks. So we've just copied and pasted, again, the planning grant and construction grant eligibility criteria into the FEP for public water systems and projects that are benefiting domestic wells and state smalls. Next slide, please. So again, copying this text over. Next slide, please. And again, the construction grant eligibility criteria, making it very consistent so that folks know that across the board we're evaluating drinking water projects the same way. Next slide, please. So for next steps for the fund expenditure plan, next slide. We have a 30-day public comment period that's ongoing. It should be closing at the end of this month on the 31st. We've been trying to do a lot more stakeholder engagement for this year's FEP due to the number of changes that we're proposing here. This past week, we had 2 stakeholder info sessions. We obviously have our workshop today. On Thursday, we have a special SAFER advisory group meeting. So apologies if anyone's listening in. You're going to hear a lot of the same material on Thursday. And then obviously the end of the comment period. And then hopefully board adoption on the 19th next month. That's it.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Abhold, and for the entire team. Each year, as we've had this discussion around the fund expenditure plan and the Safe and Affordable Fund and the SAFER program, it just keeps improving and improving. And especially appreciative of the metrics and the data and information that we continue to just get better at communicating what we're seeing in the program and the successes of it, along with just keeping us to timelines that are really impressive when you think of the program prior to the SAFER program, and our ability to actually address the need out there. It's been incredibly rewarding and just very appreciative. Also want to give thanks to the domestic well strategy that we're able to daylight here. Looking forward to hearing feedback from folks. I know it's, we're doing our best to be comprehensive truly when it comes to fulfilling the human right to water within the state, knowing that, when it comes to domestic wells and domestic well communities and state smalls, it's a huge need funding wise. And so we're always trying our best to prioritize as we focus on systems and also do our best to fill the need on the domestic well side. And the only note I would make, and I know we'll hear more about this, but when it comes to the proposal here for interim support, drinking water support, sort of, as a first pass, kind of trying to limit to 2 years essentially, knowing the timelines that we have on so many of our solutions for on the drinking water side. Just note that it seems a bit short compared to what we know are the timelines for so many of these projects. But I appreciate the flexibility in there that again, we're giving our technical assistance providers or program providers on the interim water side some discretion on how to approach that. Certainly, if a community is working toward a solution and they're on a path, and we know it's going to be 3 or 4 years. I think the important part there is needing to see the communities working toward a solution and it just not being an open-ended commitment. So look forward to hearing feedback from folks on, what an appropriate term might be there, but also helping us to emphasize that we really need to see folks working toward solutions because, again, we are dealing with limited resources ultimately and trying to do our best to make sure that the interim program doesn't swallow, if you will, all the other capacity to actually get to solutions as well. So thanks for that balance. I appreciate that and appreciate the clarity. We're trying our best. We have been very communicative, obviously, with self-help and our TA providers and importantly, our interim water program providers. And I know there's been, coverage and concern from GSAs and others around, is the board stepping back from its commitments around SAFER? Clearly, no. We're here, but it's important, to your point, to note that the legislature isn't providing us drought and interim, support. So it is pivoting to the program, and we're needing to tighten it up. And to the extent that locals have resources, they're there as partners. We want to make sure that those resources are flowing out from the local level, so we can just try to do more, as you indicated. So just thank you. I appreciate the presentation and the balance amongst it all. Looking to fellow board colleagues for additional comment. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. I agree with all of those comments, and also thanks for the incredible work on this fund expenditure plan and the engagement around getting comments that we're in the middle of, and then most importantly, I think the work. And I do want to uplift the incredible progress that we've been making and success stories and impact fundamentally on people's lives. And I think this is a reflection of the continued commitment and learning and, constant improvement and dedication that this program reflects. I'll echo the chair's thoughts on the 2-year interim. I just think given the timelines, this is repeating, but given the timelines that we're outlining for getting long-term solutions, especially for domestic wells and state smalls, I mean, it's so far beyond that. We're estimating a year just for assessing the problem and another year just for a feasibility study, which I think we should be able to accelerate, but that is nowhere near getting to a solution for those communities. So we need to figure out how we align those two better. And I think it's good to put out there, for those areas where they can, where the best solution is just to deepen a well, they should be able to meet 2 years. And I think we should set expectations, to be as quickly as feasible and appropriate. But we also don't want to leave people worried that they'll be left without anything unless they drill a new well, if that's not the best solution long term. And I think that goes, just on that point, I agree with the chair, interested to hear comments and suggestions on how we navigate this, because I think that's the intent that everyone has, is figuring out how to balance those things. And so look forward to getting input on that. I also think that just underscores the need to continue to lean into how we can speed things up. And I will say for this, there's a large appendices with tons of performance metrics, and I really appreciate that. And I also appreciate the overview on our beginning to really refine and hone in and understand better the focus that the technical assistance program is continuing to hone. I think we really started this program casting a wide net. Technical assistance has been, I think, it more than anything, the difference maker in terms of getting those systems that have been chronically out of compliance to a point where we can actually get solutions in place that are sustainable and accomplish the human right to water, accomplish the goals of the program. We're at a transition point, and I think everyone that's been involved with the program is feeling this, is that we're at a point of reflection and trying to hone in and focus that. But I also think that we need to continue. I think there's a lot more work we need to do to identify what are the appropriate metrics for us to determine success of TA. It's not that clear. I think the ones that we have, maybe both the presentation and some of this work so far, may be kind of the easiest to get given the data we have, but aren't the most meaningful. In that, like a work plan, then could be determined it could be that you continue with the same work plan for a long time and do a ton of changes of that work plan, or you could close it and start a new one. That, from a community's perspective, it doesn't matter. What matters is, are you moving the community to a solution? And so I think if we can be working with our TA providers and communities to really figure out what are those really meaningful metrics to make sure that our TA program is as effective as it can be, and that we're partnering with and supporting them effectively to get outcomes for communities. I think we still need some work there. And so I do want to just caution us of not yet making, large changes based on any of the metrics we have so far, because I just don't think they're quite ready. And I think we're going to be doing more engagement on this, hopefully, after we've adopted this, or continuing to do engagement with TA providers and communities around this. But it goes to the core of how are we expediting getting solutions in place, and the whole point of the project and of the program. So I look forward to hearing more on that. I also think that related to this is, I think, one of the questions I had is on TA eligibility criteria. And this is me just trying to understand how restrictive we're being on TA for DAC at-risk systems. So I think, we've really been trying to make sure that any system that's failing that needs technical assistance is getting technical assistance. So it seems like we're on track with that. There's always new systems coming on, so that's an ongoing process. But on table 9, it looks like we are saying that DAC at-risk systems are not eligible for TA, and they're only eligible for capacity development. In terms of TA, sorry, just to clarify, that they would be eligible for TA, but just for capacity development, not for any kind of planning. And I don't know if that's unless it's a consolidation project. So if it's a consolidation project, they would. And I'd just like to understand the thinking on that better, or if I'm misunderstanding. It seems like that's different than the standalone planning grant, even though most of our planning goes through TA. So can you just clarify that if I'm misunderstanding, or if not, why that is?
No, it's a good question, and one that we're still trying to wrap our hands around. Like that graph showed earlier, a lot of our TA providers have a tremendous amount of active work plans. And so we're trying to work with them to identify what their actual capacity is for new TA planning work. Some are kind of, saying we're about it. We can maybe only take on 2 or 3. We have some that can take on more. And what we're trying to do is get a sense of what their capacity is as we give them additional funding, and they can ramp up potentially that capacity. So we want to prioritize for technical assistance any failing system that is in our queue right now or may come in. That is our top priority, as well as systems that have PFAS or hexavalent chromium contamination issues, because we really want to expedite planning for those communities to leverage and take advantage of the federal funds that we have that expire. So what we want to do is see how much capacity do we have after all of that to address the needs of at-risk systems. So we want to make sure that they're eligible, but we're trying to figure out how to meet their needs without overwhelming our TA providers and our staff. So we want to make them eligible for TA, but give ourselves a bit more flexibility in how we're evaluating those requests as they come in against other demands for the program and where everybody is at in terms of capacity. That being said, open to obviously the direction of the board in terms of opening things up even more for our at-risk systems in TA.
Yeah, and I think it's appropriate to prioritize, and also just at least clarify that the way it's written, it looks like it's not eligible if it's at risk. So I think it would be, from the standpoint of getting ahead and not waiting until a system's failing. I think we should be open to that with TA, and I totally agree with we don't want to get over our capacity for that. Doesn't help anyone be successful. But I wouldn't want to be too restrictive on that, where we can't get assistance for systems before they fail, if we can. But I, appreciate the priority and agree priority, I think always is failing systems. And then my last question is just, because I think there's so much information in here, and sometimes it's hard to figure out like what is real hard guidelines that staff are going to be feeling like they really are restricted by versus where there's some flexibility. And so one of the pieces that we identified in the state small domestic well strategy was looking at POU kind of management pilots, as well as regionalization pilot. And I don't, in the actual funding chart where we say what money we're allocating where, which to me is kind of one of the things staff go back to when they're looking at what is the board guidance that we're adopting in this. It just has a POU pilot as what's listed, unless I'm reading it wrong, under the other programs. And I just wonder if that should be a little bit broader to incorporate those other pilots, or, I know we're already funding a POU pilot, and it seems like what we identified with the state small and domestic well strategy was, an expansion of the POU that's really focused on management and operation, or at least maybe a supplementary one, as well as a regionalization one. And I just want to make sure that's reflected in the charts of our funding.
That's good feedback. I appreciate it. I just want to circle back to some of your earlier comments to help. Totally agree with you on TA metrics. I think what you see in here is based on the data that we have, but we are putting a lot of effort into trying to improve this. And we don't want to do it in a vacuum. Our technical assistance providers are essential in doing this work, and their experience is going to be key to helping us develop program performance metrics that we can track, both in terms of the program, but TA provider performance, and then be able to figure out what's the best way of then communicating that information outside. So we plan on doing a lot of engagement with our TA providers over this next year to figure out what that might look like. And you'll probably see a lot of this for the next fund expenditure plan. And I definitely hear you on the 2-year assistance. That is something for interim assistance we've definitely struggled with. I would just point out that the vast majority of all the households that are receiving interim assistance, their long-term solution is a new well. And so that 2-year timeline kind of fits within that, and that's what really led to the development of that 2-year limit. But again, we want that flexibility, because there can even be some delays outside of everyone's control for getting a new well drilled. We have a lot of driller issues sometimes in the Central Valley in terms of access and then quality of work. And so we want to make sure that, again, our partners have flexibility to determine whether or not households should receive assistance beyond those 2 years. Yeah. Thank you.
Very appreciative. And thank you, board member. Appreciate all that good comment. Board member Morgan.
And thank you. And thank you, Board Member Firestone. Agree with your comments. So just taking a look at the document, I actually found it hard to read and just really just get down to this is what's eligible. And so, my understanding was, it really was to clarify and make it somewhat more streamlined based on comments received to get to that point. And me personally, I was having a little trouble to just get to that piece, and thus some, my questions. And, the way I look at the fund expenditure plan and the IEP and other, besides the policy, is that this is, it's to be a guiding document and not to be overly prescriptive or restrictive, because it's a board level document, and we really want to make sure that you all at the division have some of that flexibility that you need to make decisions. So where someone could come in and they can see that, yes, this project is eligible, but perhaps just as Board Member Firestone was just speaking to, perhaps there's not TA capacity. But so that's something to communicate. But if there is, want to make sure that it is available. And if this document's too restrictive, you're not able to make that choice. And so just want to make sure that we're able to have that that balance between really laying it out and making sure it's really clear of what is eligible versus what's not going to be eligible this year. And also, this was also touched on, but just as we're looking at the metrics, making sure that they're clearly, understandable. Because when I was looking and there was a slide that was speaking to TA agreements being 7+ years old, I think that underneath those, the work plans perhaps are continuously moving, and there's a reason why that agreement is an older agreement, but the work under it is continuing to move. And so just making sure we're communicating clearly of, and it's really showing the showing the message that we need to show of what is the true work that is occurring, and that it's perhaps that, I'm not sure because I don't know what's beneath that perhaps it's not a 8-year project that is sitting there, but perhaps it's an agreement. Perhaps there is an 8-year project in there, but perhaps there's an agreement that there's been some work that's been moving, there's some work that's perhaps taking longer, but what is that bigger picture? And what is it that we're really trying to communicate within there? There's probably multiple different things. And so just really making sure that we're able to effectively communicate within those metrics. And so happy to hear that that's going to be further worked on and refined over the year. Again, on slide 17, this is, I brought it up in the last item in politics. I said these are going to kind of overlap. But again, just want to make sure that I'm understanding that the slide did not include projects that are not meeting this proposed funding criteria, that there perhaps are projects that are in the system that are currently inactive, but we have in applications that are here in-house for additional projects. And perhaps their project could be older, you're not really sure what the status is. Perhaps the project doesn't, on the surface, meet this proposed criteria, but there's other projects that are here. Okay, thank you. And so I just, also, I think, at least for me, I would like to know, how many of those other projects are there? Because the way I look at it, there's times where maybe this project's not meeting this criteria at this moment in time, but those projects, they're there for a reason. And they could end up at risk or failing in the future, or it might be the near future. And so it's good to also have an understanding of those projects, how many are sitting there and how many more applied for funding, because there's a reason that they applied for funding.
So we do have the list of what we call inactive projects that are within our data system, which could be a complete application, but usually it's partial. It's an incomplete application. And some of those can be very old because we don't have a way to really permanently delete them. I don't think we'd want to in our system, but we can pull that data. And one of the things that we're doing, and I know we're doing it for the IUP because we had a lot of inactive projects that weren't previously eligible, but now that we are looking to expand eligibilities, we're going back to all of those applicants and saying, hey, we're looking to open things up. We want to help you get your project over the finish line. And so we use that data to help us with some of our initial outreach once we see the IUP and the FEP adopted. So that is vital information, but we can share that information with you, that list of inactive projects, if that's useful.
Okay. Yeah, I think, for me, that would be great because one of the things, and I was going to ask is just reliability. Where does that fall?
In terms of a water system reliability?
Your proposed criteria for funding for this state fiscal year.
Could you reframe it, your question?
So reliability. So, one of the things that, we look at is the reliability of a system. So if they have, they're having to take the system offline because they're having to do distribution system repairs, or the pump keeps failing, they have to take it off. And so the reliability of the system may not quite be there.
Oh, for sure. That's a huge issue. And that's why the Division of Drinking Water worked really hard to create new violation codes reflecting water work standards. So when you have a system that's consistently taking sources offline where they're not able to meet MDD or they lose pressure in their system, DDW has a way to call that out to say, hey, here's a system that's really failing to consistently, have pressure and be resilient in their delivery of water. And that then has become a good indicator for us of, well, here's a top tier priority community for funding. And because that is the newest failing criteria that's just been rolled out 2 years ago, there's a lot of systems now that DDW and the LPAs are starting to flag in the failing criteria and making them eligible then for funding assistance. And we have a lot of back and forth with our Division of Drinking Water on that. So when we have an applicant come to us who may not be failing, but they're experiencing issues like you're discussing now, we usually call up the LPA, DDW, and we go, hey, we're hearing this. Are you aware of it? And if they are or not, we work with them to quickly, because within a day you can get them on the failing list. And that's what we've been doing quite successfully. So it's been great because then it helps with our tracking of safer progress in achieving the goals of the program and helping to address failing systems and at-risk systems. So I hope that helps answer your question. I know the Division of Drinking Water is putting a lot of effort to try to identify those systems that have problems like that, because before it was really all water quality based and not around reliability.
Yes, and so that is helpful because that is, another part of my concern. I don't want further delays of the systems being able to receive, because if you don't have water, that is also, a concern, and that is not a, water quality based concern, and that is what, SAFER was previously solely looking at.
Yeah.
And then so, that's part of my concern of this new proposal here, and not wanting to also wait for multiple violations of taking something out of service. Want to make sure that, if the system has been taken, needs to take it out of service for multiple repairs because of aging infrastructure, that we're able to assist that system timely and not add additional delay. And so so you're speaking about consolidations and also just looking at, a number of residents that needed to sign perhaps like a right of entry. So is there clear laid out criteria of what that number is? And if so, how was that developed?
Yeah, it's based on then being eligible for funding. So there's no strict number. It has to be like 10 or 15 or even a percentage. It needs to be enough households that have indicated that they're going to connect to the public water system to ensure that the total project cost is within the proposed funding thresholds that we have. So if you were to go to the funding slide, it's easier to take a look at it together. Bear with me, there's the last slides. Here we go. Do you mind going to slide 31 for me, please? Thank you. Perfect. Appreciate your help. So again, this is the proposed maximum grant PF for projects that involve less than 200 connections, and then anything greater than 200, you would have a $70,000 cost per connection up to a $50 million project cap. So let's say we have a consolidation of a domestic well community that is, maybe the total community is 60 connections, but the technical assistance provider, the community has only provided, the right of entry agreements for 30 of those connections. That means that that project would be eligible for $7 million. Now, if they're able to bring in a few more households and bring that up to the next category, they'd be eligible up to $10 million. So it's a bit of incentive to try to get more households connected in these regionalization projects. But what we're looking at in the decision criteria is that enough households are coming on so that the total project cost is fitting within this. Now, in the IUP and the FEP, we have asterisks in here that says that the deputy director can go up beyond these limits up to certain dollar thresholds, which we can increase. It's true for mandatory consolidation and other consolidation projects that we have. But that's what we mean in terms of looking for a project that is on track to be fundable if the applicant is looking to secure state water board grant dollars.
Okay, think I'm following. I've been getting
Okay.
some questions around this, so I'm just trying to make sure that I
No,
can
totally.
understand it because there's been some questions of, because I think it's just that end piece of to make sure that they're fundable. So there's questions of the from providers and those that are, helping with getting system, trying to get these signatures and just trying to really make sure that this is clear of what's being proposed here. And so another question, so what is the difference between the feasibility study, the engineering report, and the planning document?
Fabulous question, which is why we included in this year's FEP an appendix on technical assistance to define all of those things. Because we haven't been transparent about that before, and that's language that we use when we talk about technical assistance quite a bit. So the feasibility study is really that initial look at what are all your options. It's kind of like when you go online shopping and you look in Google and you're like, I'm trying to buy XYZ. Here's my whole menu of different things that I can maybe do to meet my need. The feasibility study is kind of like an options analysis. And then the community sits down and starts looking at, well, what one do we want to pursue? Once they select something, then we can move into the preliminary engineering report, which is the initial starting to get towards plans and specs. So the engineering report starts looking, it builds off of what's in the feasibility study because it does a little bit of that analysis, takes it beyond to the next level. And then if that's still looking like it's a project that's on track to be both technically feasible, financially fundable, usually you get to that stage in planning and you have a better clarification around what that project might cost. And that's when you might trigger the need for a rate study and looking at, okay, well, really what's going to, do we need to increase our rates to cover the O&M needed for this project? From there, if it's still looking good, that continues to build off into full plans and specs that's going to be needed. It's a requirement for our funding application to move forward and to go out to bid eventually once a construction agreement is in place. So it's building off of each other. And we try to define that in the appendix for each of those different elements. So I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it. That appendix was published a few days later than the draft, but would definitely want to hear from you guys if it's not clear, because this is our first take at trying to define these things a little bit clearer for folks.
Okay, so then is this the planning document, the construction, the plans and specs?
It's getting up to 30%, up to 100% potentially, depending on the project and
The
what need
planning
they have.
document is?
Mhm.
Okay.
Plus, it will also include.
That was not clear. It seems like it's another plan. So
Oh, it's not. No,
I was like, really thought like, why do we have three planning documents? So and so you're potentially you could be turning around at the engineering report, going back to the feasibility.
It's usually, you could go back to have to select a new solution. So sometimes what we've seen is, they do a feasibility study. You've got options 1 through 5. The community wants to start pursuing one of those. They continue to go down that planning process. And as they learn more, maybe they learn that the solution that they're trying to implement, they don't have enough land, right? So then, and they look into, can we procure more land? Can we get easements? What can we do? If they're not able to continue to pursue that solution, or maybe let's say it ends up not being a financially viable one, sometimes they have to go back to that feasibility study result and see if one of those other solutions may be a viable one that they would want to pursue. So we have seen that happen, but that's where, again, our TA resources and our TA providers are able to help the community navigate that.
Okay. Yeah, I might follow up with you on the definitions and kind of the.
Sure. Yeah, we would love to
moving
hear your
through this.
feedback on it since this is new.
Yeah. So I'm not going to repeat the conversation. You already had great conversations on the interim solutions. I concur with what has already been said there. And so the thing is, I still have remaining concerns just about this year being more restrictive, and want to make sure that there is the flexibility to really move projects forward and just continue just to move things forward and use the available funding to not force projects to go to where they are failing in order to then come onto the list. If there's projects that are right there, they are, at where they may not quite be at the current criteria for at risk, and that they are very much so in my mind, what would be a viable project that really should be moving forward. That there is that they are able to move forward, and that we're not pushing systems to fail, and that they're not getting pushed to where they are basically unreliable. And so just really want to see more flexibility. And so, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire.
All right. I'll try and be brief here. I think big picture, I think you spent a lot of time celebrating the successes of the SAFER program over the last 5 years. And in some ways, we're kind of the victims of the success here, being at this really difficult space of trying to figure out what do we do now with this system that we've created that is unearthing what we already knew to be a huge thorny problem in California water, that there's more needs out there, there's more infrastructure investments that are needed than funding and resources that we have. And so I think the fact that we're having these conversations about the specifics is a good thing. It's a healthy thing to do. And I think there's no perfect answer here either. And that's why we're kind of going back and forth between we need better criteria and we need more flexibility. And how do we strike that perfect balance? It's going to be iterative over time. But I think this is a big iteration. And I really appreciate the efforts to bring us to that next step. So just thank you for all that work. The two areas real quick I wanted to touch on, assistance. So interim assistance, the table on page 21, it has $52 million in total interim assistance for the year. I just want to make sure that's right. Like, is that really how much we're spending on interim assistance in one fiscal year? Because that is a huge number. And so it gives me some pause and better appreciation for what we're talking about here, if that's correct.
You need to go back just a few more slides. It's looking at the.
This number here, yeah, the 52.
Oh, you do want to talk for the next
correct,
fiscal
yeah.
year. Yes, that's based on the demand for the program, because we do spend a lot on interim assistance, especially for domestic well and state small communities. So this reflects the current enrollment and moving forward demand for the program that is in line with what we've seen over the last few years, and using the 2-year limit for it. So this is kind of a very conservative estimate of demand for interim assistance here. So if we were to expand things beyond 2 years and try to do more in this space, this number would definitely need to go up, because we have a lot of households that are currently enrolled on these programs.
Okay,
and so
that's
that
helpful.
helps.
That's really what I was trying to understand, is how significant is this concern about not that this money is not going to a good place, it is, but the importance of trying to get those individuals and those systems over to a long-term solution as quickly as possible, right? That's a huge challenge. So I think I concur with the other board members in the 2 years. It's good to set a bar out there, but I think figuring out how do we thread the needle in terms of maybe are they receiving technical assistance, and so therefore that's not quite the timeline. If our average project takes 4 years, we don't really want to cut folks off, or maybe even give them the impression that that's going to happen if they're actively receiving support in other ways. So just wanted to put out a plus up for that. And then the other question I had is on technical assistance. Actually, it's just a comment. It's just that I completely appreciate and am supportive of the interest in accelerating projects as much as possible and figuring out how do we bring that time frame down. And I've come to this many times and said, I'm a civil engineer and I used to manage projects. And, this, I feel the pain because I know how hard it is to do. So I just want to offer that I think it's a really, if you're not already doing this, it's a great opportunity to hear from all the TA providers and get that kind of debrief and report out from them, to hear from the consulting firms, from the NGOs, what is it that they've been learning over the past 5 years in this process? Why are some of these projects running over and much longer than anticipated? Are there some success stories where they've been able to speed things up? And how can we build on that? So I just would love to hear more about that in the future if you get some feedback, and just wish you all the best on that effort.
Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair, anything you wanted to add? Okay. We have a few commenters, and so we can go to them now. Our first commenter will be Eric Oriana, be followed by Jennifer Clary, then Natalie Escobedo Garcia, and then Tess Dunham.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. Eric Odena here on behalf of Community Water Center. Wanted to express really appreciation for the robust discussion that's been had up here. And I just wanted to also thank DFA for the countless hours of work dedicated to this effort. I know the state as a whole has a number of challenges, but DFA really works hard to address the challenges that really plague small and rural disadvantaged communities across the state, and they are huge. And so I just want to really express genuine appreciation for the work that's being done here. I think there are a lot of good things in this fund expenditure plan, and I think just before I go into them, I kind of chuckled when Kristen said, and that's it, at the end of her presentation, because there's a lot that's being done here. But some of the things that I really appreciate is in this fund expenditure plan, there's a lot of transparency about where funds are going, about where TA is going. And I think that's a really great improvement that we've seen over recent years. And so I appreciate that. I also recognize the significant investment into technical assistance that this year's fund expenditure plan is outlining. I think it's so fundamental to address the solutions that are needed across the state, and I just encourage and appreciate what the board is doing in that front. And then I really appreciate just, again, the transparency around TA and how that's been laid out in this fund expenditure plan. At the same time, there's always something that we're going to comment on, and so I apologize about that.
No apologies at all. That's what it's here for, so I appreciate it.
But I just wanted to emphasize the point on domestic wells. And for us, the issue of supporting domestic wells is a core issue of equity, a fundamental issue of environmental justice. And for a long time, Community Water Center has looked at the State Water Board as really the leader in providing solutions for domestic well communities, because folks at a local level have not done much. And so it has been a lot of discussions, and it has been really just a big priority for the organization. But still, we see a need to continue to increase the leadership of the board when it comes to domestic well issues. I wanted to express a number of them, and I appreciate the discussion from the dais on some of these issues related to interim solutions. But I think one of the things that we saw that $52 million number, right? And I'm not oblivious to how big that number is, and that's almost half of the annual fund expenditure plan allocation from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. And I also know that a lot of those dollars, the impacts have been caused by local agencies, responsible parties, right? And it's been the State Water Board who has stepped up to the plate. But we've been mentioning these issues for years. And just now, we are seeing mitigation programs begin to develop. But we have been flagging those issues for years, sounding the alarm of the costs. And I think now is a good point where we're seeing how big those costs are. And so for me, it really calls attention to the need. While this is a funding program, we really need to ensure that as a state, we're holding local parties accountable to the costs that they are causing, because it is taking a lot away from what could be applied to construction or what could be applied to other technical assistance dollars. In addition to that, with that said, I want to encourage you all, in the plan, it mentions coordination and some of the efforts that are going around ensuring that SAFER and the local parties are coordinating, building off of one another. I think that's good, and we want to see more of that coordination. But I really just would like to see I think there's still some more that we need to see around leadership for domestic well communities, prioritization for those domestic well communities. I think technical assistance for domestic well communities was not something that we saw too much of in this plan. If you looked at the SAFER's performance metrics, there was about 41 households that were connected, right? And when we look at the number of funding going to interim solutions, and we look at the amount of going towards long-term solutions, I think the push towards long-term solutions there is still a gap there. So with all that said, I did also want to circle back. The 2-year timeline for interim assistance does not really meet the needs of the communities across the state of California. And we would recommend that if there was an eligibility requirement for interim solutions, that it would be tied to progress on a long-term solution. All right, and sorry, just a few more comments here. I'm about to wrap up. But I just want to emphasize again, when it comes to domestic well communities, the focus on them, the increased cost that they cost to provide solutions to them, it's a matter of equity. It's not a matter of, it's not going to be the most efficient. It's not going to be the fastest solution. It's not going to be the easiest, but it's solutions that are necessary because so many folks at the local level have passed the buck, right? And unfortunately, it has to take the State Water Board from a state level to step up and to be the one to provide equity to these communities. In closing, I did want to also share some concerns around the timelines for technical assistance and the expectations to proceed on a decision. I think there's a little bit more workshopping that's needed with technical assistance providers to ensure that communities are not being, progress for some communities is not being stopped. And then additionally, I will share, we would really like to see just some more, I think in the plan, it talks about point of use and point of entry pilots, but just we support that and want to see more effort done there, and encourage and appreciate the specific mention that more work is needed, like an additional white paper to develop more clarity on point of use and point of entry. All right, and I think just in closing, I'll share that I just really encourage the board to continue to step into their support for domestic wells. I know there's so much need out there, but really the leaders in the state at a local level is the State Water Board. And so I just appreciate what is being done and encourage you all to continue to support these communities. Well, with that, I thank you all for the time the comment, and we'll be sharing more comments in a written letter. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oriana. Appreciate your time here, your comments, the continued engagement around all this, and thank you just for the good comments. It's really appreciated. Thank you. I know Ms. Clary, I believe, is not on the platform anymore, so I believe our next commenter will be Natalie Escobedo Garcia. Dr. Garcia, good to see you again.
I promise this is going to be the last time today. Thank you again, DFA staff, for all your hard work on both the IUP and FEP. We'll have more written comments, as I mentioned earlier, just some initial feedback. Regarding that, the interim support, we do believe that 2-year timeline is that frame is pretty limited. We'd ask for some flexibility there to make that extendable, just to ensure that folks still have access to interim support as we're getting to a long-term solution. Sometimes, unfortunately, those long-term solutions do take quite a bit of time, so we don't want any household to be in a situation where they had support and then it gets taken away. We appreciate y'all's commitment to continuing to support long-term solutions for domestic wells and state small water systems. Regarding the domestic wells, we do support the state continuing to provide funding where a local mitigation program is not present, and/or we appreciate y'all willingness to support where local mitigation programs may not be properly set up to support a long-term solution and filling gaps where they exist. I can't miss an opportunity to bring up one of the communities that I work closest with, Lanier. So Lanier has been in receivership for over a decade. We really appreciate the board's openness to working with us for finding a long-term solution, and ask that systems in long-term receivership be prioritized for funding support. And then this is less related to the FEP or IUP, but I just wanted to flag since I think it's relevant to the conversation. Lanier, currently in the drinking water needs assessment, Lanier is they're being categorized as potentially at risk of failing as opposed to at risk of failing, given that the system has been in receivership for 15 years now, and they're currently relying on one single groundwater well. We are a little bit confused about that current categorization, and want to get a sense of how they were moved from potentially at risk to potentially at risk, because they did used to be categorized as at risk. Thank you, and we'll provide more comments in our letter.
Thank you for those comments and the flag on the system of Lanier. Hadn't realized that in the latest assessment that they had dropped off from at risk and now are potentially at risk. So we'll take a look. Yeah, thank you. Our next and last commenter will be Tess Dunham. Ms. Dunham. She's no longer on the platform. We lost her. So thank you, and thank you for hanging on, and thanks everyone for the patience here. I know we've bled into a very late lunch now at this point, so thank you.
Thank you. I'll keep it very brief. Just a couple of questions. Tess Dunham with Consories and Conway, and want to, like many others here today, focus in on the interim assistance and some of the proposed changes that have been proposed, in particular with references to local mitigation programs. Obviously, calling out management zones and GSAs in the valley in large part. And so I have a lot of questions, I think, with respect to some of the vagueness as to how this program will work in relationship to those programs. I would love to have some further conversation on that. Probably don't have time for it today. But I am still a little confused. It goes a little bit to what Board Member McGuire mentioned. You had the one-shot slide that showed the 46 million. But I believe one of your other slides showed that you're going from a 24-25 FEP for interim assistance at 33 million down to 12.7 million for the 25-26 fund expenditure plan. In other words, cutting that interim assistance dollars by more than half. And I'm assuming that somewhere there is a assumption that I don't know if it's a full 15 million that you're expecting to be picked up by local programs. Was there some analysis with respect to that shift? How do those numbers equate to each other? And does that end up leaving a very large sector that may not have any assistance with respect to that 33 million to 12.7 million drop?
Yeah, it certainly wasn't arbitrary, and I'll give Ms. Abbehold an opportunity to fill in, but actually, I'll just let you respond because otherwise
I'd have to look at the previous fiscal year, but there's two things. So the projected fund expenditure plan allocation for interim assistance for this year is, again, based on program need moving forward. These are amendments to grant agreements to our third-party providers to provide assistance over a multi-year timeframe. So usually when we are doing, when we're putting out targets like this, it's putting a bunch of money on a grant agreement that then our grantee spends down over a time period. So it doesn't represent actual spending within that fiscal year. It's for us, for accounting purpose, we are spending that money, but it's not the actual allocation and use of those funds to support local communities within each year. So that's why you could see from time to time oscillation in our funding to interim assistance because it's a grant agreement to a third party entity. It's the same thing for technical assistance, like we have in here, $119 million going to our TA providers. That would be an amendment to our grant agreement with them, which they would then be spending down over the next few years. It doesn't represent spending in 1 year by a TA provider. Does that help? So we can
A little bit.
dig
So
in
that
afterwards to
that
show
one
you.
graph that you showed, the 33 million was like 24, 25, and then at the next, and then it showed for 25, 26 down to 12.7 million. So that is an expenditure or a,
Oh, yeah. So that's projected demand,
okay,
right? On top of what those programs already have funding, right? And a lot of the demand for this next fiscal year can be met by available funds that our grantees have right
That
now
they use
without any extra new money.
Okay.
But we want to add new money so that they can meet the demand for the next few years and anything we might not be anticipating for this year. Does that help?
that does help.
Okay, good. Thank you. And no, and it does not take into account mitigation programs because we don't really have a good sense of how many are they going to be able to take on existing enrollees and potential demand. So this is our most conservative number that we can come out with in terms of a big need.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
No, thank you as well. And as you said, Ms. Dunham, I think it would be helpful maybe for folks to come in and maybe some of the GSAs come in then as well and really sit down with us and have a discussion around this. I know there's been a lot of concern and, especially, misinterpreting sometimes maybe some of the dollars here to indicate somehow that there's this, great retraction in the resources that we're expending here. But as Ms. Abhol said, the dollar amounts that you're seeing there are for new additions to what are already existing agreements and say self-help. They're funded through at least, next spring at this point already with what they have without additional amendment. And here we're approving amounts for additional amendment. That makes sense. Yeah, thank you. All right, that brings us to the end of our public commenters. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's anything further would like to highlight here within the workshop. I appreciate the robust discussion that we've certainly had here. And just, again, a lot of thanks to all of our partners out there that make this program effective. And Ms. Abhold, your team, all the folks at DFA, Office of OPITA, not OEHA anymore. Yeah. Yeah. And Mr. Austin, obviously, as well. Thank you all. Really appreciative. With that, I think we can wrap up this item then and look forward to onto actual adoption of the fund expenditure plan. Can you just remind us again the timeframes here for public comment, et cetera, for folks?
So public comment is the end of the month, I believe, the 31st. I'm pulling up the calendar. Is it the 31st? I think it's the 31st. Yeah, the end of comment period is the 31st. Thank you. And for board consideration of adoption on August 19th.
Fantastic.
And we'll be sharing, obviously, a summary of comments.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Again, really appreciate the great work. All right, that concludes item number 4 and brings us to the end of today's agenda. We will not have a closed session. We will preserve our closed session for tomorrow. So we'll look forward to having that then, which means that we'll be in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow, where we will continue on to day 2 of our board meeting here. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate. I know it's been a long morning, and now here we are mid-afternoon. Many thanks. We'll see you all tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Be safe, be well. We're in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
you.